Semifinals, ladies and gentlemen, the penultimate week here for the Immortal division. 4 teams remain. One of them going to be making it all the way to the finals. And the 2 teams that you see on the bottom of your screen, it is Conduit, not Conduit Esports, they're just keeping the first half of their name, combined with Cupid Esports, who have been a mainstay here on the Titan Immortal League and an organization that has always been known to go really high in a lot of the leagues that they partake in. Only one of them, though, going to be able to move on after this. And like I said, my name is Quax, and I'm not joined by TokiB. Instead, let's introduce our new caster who will be taking over his place for this best of 5.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mite. I'm coming off of a huge hiatus, and I'm so glad to be here tonight as your stand-in play-by-play caster. I'm so excited to be here with Titan. And when I saw that I got an opportunity here to do some semifinals casting, usher in the grand final, our first grand finalist, I believe it is, I couldn't wait. I was excited. So, yeah, I think we're going to have a great game tonight. Both of these teams are coming off of some really great quarterfinals showings. I believe 3-0 Conduit was and 3-1 for Cupid. So both these teams have something to prove here.
And Conduit, for them, it's a huge upset. I mean, going into quarterfinals, they were against Legacy Amber, a team that Toki and I were really high on, and were saying that they could win the entire thing. And every time we watched them, we were just impressed by how good they were around those team fights. Conduit not only beat them to complete the upset, they absolutely demolished them in 3-0 fashion. So a lot of people are really excited to see this team perform against Cupid, who ended the regular season 5-2, won their quarterfinals matchup in 4, and did it pretty dominantly. So these are 2 teams coming off of pretty good regular seasons, but even better top 8 showings, and riding that momentum into the top 4. And it's honestly a little bit sad that only one of them is going to move on, because so you're riding that high, and then it's going to be in the mud you lie at the end.
Yeah, we're already seeing bans coming out. Lee Sin being taken away there from Ka, of course, being the MVP from last series, that 3-0 series that you were talking about there. And it looks like we're taking away mid laners. So Kaztek, I believe, on CPD is going to be catching a lot of these mid lane bans as well. First pick Sion, I think that's a great blind for the top lane. You can do so much around that here for CPD. And the answer is going to be, of course, Karma and maybe some more poke. Are we going to pick something bot lane that's got a lot of range?
I think Udara is probably a pretty good pick here. Obviously not banned, obviously really strong, gives you a scaling angle, but they're going to go for maybe a little bit more of an aggressive route here, Mike, by locking in the Karma. So you've got that double range, and inherently this is a lane that wants to generate priority. So I'm already thinking, what are we going to be seeing in the jungle? What is Ka going to be, pulling out here to make use of the fact that his bot lane will almost always have shove no matter what Cupid's combo is, and which champion are they going to use to make those aggressive avenues work in the early game? Because early game is, I think, a major component to why both of these teams have seen such success. They really have been active from minute 1. They have not played to scale. They have played to demolish, and that Trundle is telling us everything we need to know.
Yeah, that Trundle pairs really nicely into the Sion, looking to just rip through these tanks, shred through these team fights. Jin and Hui are going to be the answers. The blind Hui, I like Hui in general when it comes to team fight compositions. And it looks like they're setting up a, frontline, get in there, maybe even some dive components where you have the backline support fire from the Jin, long-range damage from the Hui. I would like to see maybe 1 or 2 more frontline picks coming through here from CPD, but the Trundle is already saying, hey, if you want to do like this front to back thing, we're ready for your frontliners, whatever you're ready to pick. This Trundle's ready to go to town.
I also think Conduit, now that we're done with the bans, really needs some kind of an engage button. You've got your damage down, you've got your poke down, and you've got someone, namely the Trundle, who is more than willing to go into the fray, but he needs that opportunity via a go button in order to get in there safely. Otherwise, he runs the risk of maybe just getting burned down if he isn't super duper lucrative in the early phases. Is that Mel lock-in? So still missing that go button off the gate, but Cupid, Mike, you mentioned those frontliners, so we're going to be seeing the Udyr, really uncommon nowadays. Have not seen an Udyr, I believe, all Immortal, at least here on the stream. And Leona going to be the last lock-in. So a lot of go buttons, but I do worry about the damage profile here. Might specifically if Udyr isn't able to have a snowbally phase. I do think that they are really going to be heavily leaning on this Hwei to be their only source of DPS because Jhin isn't going to be that guy until like 30 minutes into the game unless he's super accelerated.
Yeah, and also Jhin is going to have a hard time punching through this Mundo, which is the last pick here, going on to Animosity. Trundle going, of course, over to Ka in the jungle. But I don't see... if this Mundo gets ahead, I don't see a really clear way for CPD to actually deal with a massive, healing, tanky Mundo monster that champion can become. Now, granted, you're going to get a good bit of burn and throughout the fight damage when you get things like Blackfire, things like Liandry's on the Hwei, but is it going to be enough to deal with this Mundo? A Spirit Visage might be all it takes to shut all of that down.
We can see Cupid looking to maybe get some kind of a reactive cheese off here, maybe anticipating that Conduit might look for an invade because they have the Mundo, those cleavers. Obviously, the stacking slow can be brutal in the level 1, but they're not going to be going for it. And, you know, the Mundo, that cleaver provides a lot of poke, but that is a common theme across this entire comp here, Might, when especially you include, we talked about the bot lane, but also the Mel, right? She is notorious for being really hard to actually interact with in the laning phase, very effective at wave clearing, especially once you get that first item under your belt. So I feel like Conduit have a style where we're looking at them to really whittle down and sort of poke out their enemies before inevitably engaging. That engage is really the big question mark for me because like we said, you don't really have a go button. You're just kind of relying on the Mundo and the Trundle to run at you. And that is not the most reliable source of engage. So I think it's going to be a matter of, are they able to scare their opposition out with this poke enough around the objectives to where maybe running in doesn't need to be a necessity.
Right, and normally when you see these kinds of poke compositions being drafted, these poke siege comps that Conduit has more or less pulled out here, you see at least one really dedicated disengage or some way to say, you know, get off us. We don't want to fight this fight right now, which we're not really seeing from Conduit. We're seeing more of a like, well, we'll brawl you if you come into us, but I don't think they quite win that. So composition looks a little bit disjointed. It'll be interesting to see how they pull it off, if they just want to run at you and have this long range support with the Mundo with the Trundle, or if they're going to play it more like that classic siege poke composition where they might run into some trouble with all the heavy engage tools that CPD has drafted.
And CPD, it's going to just be about closing that gap, kind of what you said, right? Where you have to get on to some of these backliners who don't have a lot of mobility, and that lack of peel is really evident, especially when you've got some of these stickier champions, such as the Leona with that Zenith Blade, and even the Scion, I would say, can be one of the harder champions to actually outrun, as we are seeing a lot of trading here in the bot lane.
Trade in the bot lane, oh my goodness. Oh, there's a flash burned out there! Leona forced to flash away in the early minutes of this game. That's a huge tool. 3 minutes in, not until 8 minutes is that going to be up, and that's a big engage tool in this lane to set up ganks and to potentially get the snowballing. Right as Udyr's looking for his gank, unfortunately, so Leona will not have that tool available, critical tool in this early game to try and get your Jhin to the point where he can deal with these big tanky threats. So the poke lane is working out great for Conduit right now.
Yeah, Trikui, I think, wisely deciding, hey, I don't have Cryo in the bot lane, and I have a hunch that Trundle might be on this side of the map. I don't want to run the risk of, you know, me, an immobile champion, getting caught out by a pillar and then collapsed on by the rest of Conduit's bot lane. So he goes toward that top crab, is going to be trading for that, and Ka not actually going to look for a mid play, probably anticipates that Trikui is on the other side and could look to do something himself. But Animosity doesn't have the luxury of health right now. You see how low that Mundo is, and the wave is extremely stacked, so they're going to be looking for a dive.
Oh yeah, and it looks like it might
out though.
Well, the wave is gone, so it looks like the recall is going to come through, but waiting. Oh my gosh, it's a tense situation up
They
here
know he's there. That ward spotted him out, and you could see Trundle is right around the corner, so if they mistime this...
Oh, this could be... Oh, he cancels the recall, going for the dive. Already the pressure is on. First blood going over to Udyr. He picks it up. And oh my gosh, Ka is forced to just walk away and clear up the tower. Perfect timing on that fight. The split second before the recall could have gone off. He commits to the play. Flash is forced out by Fionlid. And Animosity does keep his flash, but overall, that is 1 kill going over to the side of CPD, getting what they want there in that top lane dive.
Yeah, CPD get the first blood, and I actually think Ka saving his flash there, not over chasing for the kill, was the correct call, because you as Trundle, you're an immobile champion. Remember, that is your only form of escape if you are caught in a bind, or if you really want to secure a kill. The kill there, I don't think was 100% guaranteed, especially because Udyr still retained that summoner spell, so him backing off, not greeting, holding on to that flash, right call in my opinion, but it does leave Cupid with a big advantage. First blood over to the Udyr, accelerating one of these frontline members off the gate like we said they needed to.
Yeah, and also if this Udyr does continue this snowball, you know, if he can take this lead and start to push it, and granted, it's only 300 gold right now, so it's not the end of the world, right? It's very, very, very playable. But if this does start to balloon and start to get out of control, then the damage issues that we were thinking about heading into like a neutral mid to late game, suddenly the Udyr could just tip those scales crazy and start causing issues as Ka looking towards the dragon here.
Trundle, one of those champions, really strong at taking these neutrals. Udyr is in the same vein, so I think Conduit rushing down this bot side objective, knowing that Udyr could be in a similar position to take that away if he does get prio in this mid and bot lane. They're just denying some of this freestanding gold that Cupid could go for on top of the kill that they already have. But this is not deterring Trikui from looking for some kind of a lane gank, though. Again, you got to cover that distance, and this is a really long-ranged bot lane. They could just walk away.
Oh, but Aether is going to go in, getting the stun. There's Ignite burned down onto the Karma. Karma goes very, very low, one shot away, but the Ignite is not going to quite take enough. Stun goes through, but Trundle is here to stop any further pressure. A pillar, maybe a couple autos, and that is going to be a walk away from Trikui, but already getting some work done on the map. I'd say that was a pretty successful gank, getting the flash and the heal out of Fallen Asleep.
So Karma not going to have those summoners. It makes it really easy for Leona, who you know, is going to be having that ultimate pretty soon to look for some kind of a re-engage. But we saw that Udyr using flash as well is a little bit more fortunate, I would say, than the Trundle, because if you do have that Awaken, you can just use your Empowered Bear stance to ignore some of the CC. Gives you a little bit more extra safety, and it doesn't make it nearly as bad to lose that flash as compared to something like the Trundle that we talked about earlier. But now we're going to have to see if that's put to the test, because we've got a Herald, or rather Grubs, sorry, coming up in about 25 to 30 seconds, and Cupid really wanting to play for this. The bot lane swap is evident by that move. So Conduit as well, doing the same thing. We might see a fight coming up here.
Yeah, both teams committing their bot lanes to this top lane for the lane swap for the Grubs. Oh, big damage coming through onto Animosity on this Mundo. So if there ends up being, looks like TPs are going to be offline by the time that we do see the Grub spawn. So it's just probably going to be a 3v3, potentially a 4v4. But both teams are saying, hey, we want this fight. By committing their bot lanes to the lane swap, they're saying, yeah, let's do this. But I think the advantage right now is slightly CPD favored. I think they're the ones that really want this on paper. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, CPD, though, they might be able to want it, but the minion waves have a different idea, and they're in favor of Conduit at the current moment, so it's just going to make them second to walk in to this brush. You can see Claustex trying to fish for any kind of damage he can. I think only one Grub was taken, or no, they got the two, so now they'll be able to exfiltrate.
Yep. Yeah, I think they're just going to walk away with their 2 Grubs. Oh no, there's the ult coming through. Splash forward stun. Curtain call, gets 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, and that's it. 4, boom, lands the snow. That's going to be a stun. Going very, very low on the Caitlyn here. The storm is burning, but not going to quite be enough. Reflects the W back, and they are going to get away, just losing 1 kill, picking up 2 Void Grubs. The last Grub is going to come over. But yeah, like we were saying, CPD, they wanted that fight, and they took it.
And I feel like CPD slightly breathing a sigh of relief because they're going to be able to get 1 Grub, because you miss out on the credit for getting the objective, but this makes the Scion on the split pushing that much more lethal. We talk about the Mundo, you know, with the push memes, but Scion's the original. Mundo is just the remix at this point. So both of these top laners are really going to want to side lane. They're going to put a lot of emphasis on that. And so being able to get just at least one, I think gives you a lot more power in doing so. As we can see this replay coming out. So Quaztec, this is a really interesting engage. So the slow from the Spiraling Despair allows for the flash from Leona to come in. They pick off and isolate the Karma, give that kill over to the Jhin. And then the slow here initially maybe gets another kill onto the Caitlyn, but the zoning tools from the Mel just a little too much. They don't want to stick their hand too far in the cookie jar. So it will be a 1-for-1 Conduit, though, getting 2 grubs. I would say slightly etching out the favoritism there for that play, but it is as close to even as you can get without actually calling it that, I would say.
Yeah, and I think Mel is the one that's going to be pulling that kind of disengage duty. She's just making the chases just a little more gummy than CPD would have liked, right? If there wasn't a Mel there, then that was probably a dead Killian. That was just a lot of damage coming through. But that's the thing that we're saying. Udyr is making good use of that initial kill. The storm damage already coming through pretty hot and heavy. Leandri's going to be finished here relatively soon, and it's only gonna get worse from there. But a kill going over to the Jhin is pretty huge here in this early game. You want to see him snowball.
Absolutely, and especially for a champion that just isn't very active in the early phases of this game, as Udyr trying to run down the Mel. We'll think better of it, though. Dragon coming up in about 15 seconds, and you can already see both teams are just crying for any little bit of control over that bot side river. Curiously enough, though, Ka is actually... Ooh, hang on. That Udyr thing. Udyr moment.
Let it go. He just doesn't want to let it go. He's like, hey, I'm back. Guess who it is? But you know, the Mel is very, very safe. Nissan on that Mel. It's not. It's going to be very difficult. Everybody wants a piece of the champ. It looks like.
Yeah, Sion roamed down.
Paying a visit to the Nissan dealership. So.
they're more electric car guys.
Yeah, we're gonna start the Dragon here for CPD. Now, there are a lot of poke tools to potentially get this going, but that Dragon's falling relatively quickly, looking for a skirmish here on the top side.
Gotta go.
Making the entrance. There's a pillar to come up the fight. We're getting the front line, and the support is falling very quickly. Leona is gonna go down with the Spiraling Despair. So much tear damage, getting mopped up one by one. The curtain call comes through, looking for the pickup kill, and Amundo is gonna find the kill, and a flash from the Karma is gonna get her to safety. But that's 4 kills. Going over just for 1, plus a Dragon. CPD, that's the play they want. They're taking a lead in this game.
And Cupid, blow him a kiss and blow him away as they secure the Dragon. Get all the kills they could possibly need. And it's a massive fight win for them. The Udyr in the middle of all of them. Chakui unkillable in that exchange, Might, as we are going to get a look back on this play. And this is just kind of what we talked about. You have no engage tool. That pillar provides a lot of distance, but it's so hard to get into the back line. And then when the fight is so constricted by the pillar, by the terrain in the river, it makes all of these AoE spells, the Hui, the Udyr, the burning from this mid-jungle duo, does so much to wither down these health bars. And then the Jhin does pick up 2 kills there, almost manages to get 3. But 1 manages to evade death. Really good setup there from Cupid now.
More getting the solar flare onto the Karma. That's going to be probably a dead support there. Flash forward for the stun. That's going to be it. The dancing grenade picks up the kill, but they want more.
Oh my god.
The root. 1 more. That'll do it. A double kill there for Lokidosi on the Jhin. He's getting exactly what he wants. 5-0. I probably wants to be 4-0 if you're a Jhin, but hey, we'll take it. Maybe should have let Caitlyn walk away on that one, right? Just to keep the lore
or
accurate.
give the kill over to the Leona. You can be closer to 4-4-4, as we can see. Cut maybe looking to try something here. They are going to overstay on the wave, so Trundle could do something. Does have the flash.
But the CC is going to be locked up for days and days and days and days. The move speed from Lokidosi already coming in fine. He's finished up his Yomu's Ghostblade, so you're not catching that guy anytime soon. It is just going to be a quick fight. But oh my gosh, the burn! This Mundo is not tanky at all. Leandri's Torment! Goodbye to your health bar, sir, and it's chaos across the map as CPD busts this game wide open.
Yeah, I mean, the damage on the Empowered Bear stance for the Udyr just makes it so easy to deal with some of these tanks. He finds his hands onto the Mundo, and they manage to secure that one. And now it's kind of a race to see who can get this tower. The range really withering it down. Both of them have grubs, but I mean, the wave is there for Cupid on the top side. So they're going to be the ones that get the first turret gold on top of the notch 4 feet. So that's going to be the upgraded boots given over to them. This will be a really big advantage they can play on for future objectives. And those future objectives, we've got about 15 seconds until the Herald and a little less than 2 minutes until the Dragon. So if Cupid want to, they can kind of redeploy themselves on toward this top side, use that Herald to secure Prio in a lane, and then move on toward the river. This is a tactic we've seen all the teams in AML use, but it really has a high success rate. It's got a very low chance to fail.
Yeah, especially when you're this far ahead, there's no need to like force your strongest players into a lane that's across the map from the objective. So we do see, you know, the swaps coming out. Sion heading into the bot lane. Jin already moved mid, and it looks like Jin maybe even be going to the top lane. But I think at this
Fiona
point,
has R.
Oh, and that's gonna be. Oh, she's gonna get the stun, but that's a flash out. Spiraling Despair, so much damage, and pop goes the Weasel. That's a dead Mel in the mid lane. Good looking from Aethel to pick up that kill.
And honestly, using the term Weasel, 100% agree with you. It's a Mel, all right? This champion, I feel like I've seen more complaining.
34% ban rate.
Something like, dude, she's literally season 2025 like Z numbers. Do you have any idea how obnoxious you have to be to hit Z numbers? It's crazy.
It's the shield, man. They just gotta fix that shield.
It's the shield. It's the way. It's everything, honestly. And it's the fact that she's from Arcane. So everyone who's playing the game or joining really says, "Oh, I want to try out Mel," and then realizes just how broken she is. As we can't see Mel running away like she did from the conflict in Arcane until she eventually came back in the third act.
Getting on those Noxian boats, heading off to brighter shores there. A little poke coming out here in the mid lane, but that mid lane tower is gonna fall, and honestly I think that this is we're hitting like the part of the game where you know, CPD absolutely want to be. They have all the pressure, they have all the control.
Yeah.
This top lane tower is a little bit of a consolation prize here, going over to CON, but this game is at the current moment CPD's to lose.
I mean, for sure. Cupid, like you said, kind of controlling everything. They hold all the cards. And Trikui just clearing down that second dragon. So we're still a little bit away from Soul, but maybe not from this mid dying as Quaztech.
Yeah, a little over push there. Quaztech gonna get snared up, rooted up, gonna burn. Pop his whoa, the flash. Maybe that's enough.
Okay.
No, that's gonna be picked up. Was the Caitlyn ulti on the way?
Yeah, it was. No, the Caitlyn ultimate was sent. I think they assumed the Caitlyn would kill that, but it ended up, so they left it.
Karma Q.
But now they're overcommitting on the bot side. I mean, look at they're overcommitting on the top side. Look at the bot side. It's being cleared here by Cupid. Now they're ramming down a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, there's no way that they can defend this with just this. Oh, okay, they do get the Herald, and that ends a push. I thought they had a little bit of minion wave there, but it looks like they are going to get the reset off. And just go back. But still quite a bit of damage. That's all Outers town for CPD. Mid lane still standing strong for them as well. So the pressure is about to be exerted. I think they're kind of just in the Baron waiting room at this point. Otacon, of course, spawning there on the bot side, I believe. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, Otacon waiting room at this point. As I am a little bit surprised that Cupid actually opted to use that Herald and the cross-map play instead of maybe trying to hold it for the Otacon. We talked about the importance of doing that for the Dragon, but because Cupid are winning so hard, they didn't feel the need to actually do that. They held it on for later, and I feel like they didn't get a lot of value out of it. So yeah. I do think now this maybe gives Conduit an opportunity, as you can see off the resets that Cupid went for from that bot side play. They get a couple of wards down toward the bot side river. They've got some eyes in the area, so going into this Dragon, it might be a little bit harder for Cupid because none of these tier 2 towers are really under threat at this point to secure themselves. This part of the map is now Loki Dosi trouble, but has the Yomus, has his Leona, should be just fine, as that is going to have to be priority target number 1 for Conduit going into this fight.
Yeah, Loki Dosi with the 5-0, finish up the Yomus, got the Collector under the belt, but no slouch either here from Chikui. This Udyr is also doing massive amounts of damage, and I'd argue that I don't think we've reached like critical Jhin mass in terms of tank damage just yet, I still think that Udyr's going to be slightly dealing just a little bit more damage in the types of fights that we've been seeing so far, where these front lines are smashing. There's a Hui ult coming on top of it. I think that between the Hui damage and the Udyr damage, that's forming your bulk. And then we've got Loki Doxy just ready to clean up with the 4th shots with the curtain call. And I mean, that's exactly where you want to be when you're a Jhin. You don't want to be in the mix having to deal with these big brawlers. You want to be able to just sit back, pop 4th shots, pop Ws, pop ults from 10 miles away. He's living in the lap of luxury right now. CPD is making this game easy for him right now. So props to him for taking advantage of that, but props to the team for setting him up such a golden carpet to be able to do his job so cleanly.
See, Otacon on the bot side has spawned. And Jhin, obviously, one of the 80 carries that is, I would put him like F- tier, maybe like Z tier at taking objectives. So it might take Cupid a little bit longer to secure this objective if they aren't careful. So I do think 50-50ing it at this point, just deciding to hit it off rip, is definitely an unwise move. I think they're going to have to look for some kind of a pick, some kind of a numbers advantage to reaffirm control over that bot side river before deciding to start the objective, simply because there is a chance they take it rather slowly.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, I would like to see a little more aggression from CPD playing more inside the jungle, looking for those picks. They've got that mid-prio. I think they could have just ran straight into the jungle and started looking, and maybe potentially caught Ka. But Ka, he's wise, he's heads up, heads off, and I think that's going to buy them enough space to feel comfortable starting this Otacon up, and that's exactly what they're going to do right now. Now, the question is, does Khan want to risk it all here for the biscuit? I just don't think they have the sauce to be able to adequately contest this. Whirling Despair comes out. That's going to be a pop. And that's it. 4th shot comes through on the curtain call. Still just popping shots over Ka. Going very, very low there, but the Karma already down. Mundo in the front line.
He has flash.
The damage, but the Scion is coming through. They're going to be cut off from all of their damage. Ooh, it's a chaotic fight. Ka goes down, the damage is too much, but Udyr's on backline.
Mundo! Mundo!
No, but Smite comes through. That's going to be enough. But Mundo picks up the kill there on the Kostek. This fight is a lot sloppier than CPD would have liked, and it's not quite over just yet. W comes through, but there was no mark, so it's not going to be a root, but it ends up being a 2-for-2, and the Otacon just barely getting smited away there from Tricosi. Oh my god, Chikui, I'm sorry. What a chaotic fight that ended up being, where backlines are getting traded. You gotta break that down for me, Quax.
Absolutely. I hope we get a replay on that fight, but it is exactly what we said, right? It is chaotic because you don't have the numbers advantage, because this team can walk into you. They struggle on it initially, obviously, losing the Karma. But then we kind of get to this point where you're not able to one-shot the Otacon. Your Jhin is dealing the damage with the Udyr, but they're the only two hitting it. Quaztech is on the side along with the Leona. The Scion comes in, but this is just so much closer than it obviously needed to be, I think. And because of that, we see it comes to 143, I believe. 143.
Oh my gosh.
Way closer than we thought it needed to be, like we said. And overall, it is Cupid walking away with the advantage, but that just highlights the importance of setup around these objectives and how difficult it is for Cupid to secure these neutrals, because they have a Jhin. They have these champions that aren't good at taking these dragons, at taking these Otacons, at taking potentially these Barons when that inevitably does spawn in a couple minutes.
Ooh, there's a flash out from Kaz. The Solar Flare comes through. A little late on the redemption, just some emotional support going on there, but we see CPD setting up for Dragon, but you're 100% right, and positioning becomes so critical. Oh, they're looking for the Death Bush! Here it comes, the damage coming through, but all 5 are here. It's a 5v3 for the time being. Aethel going pretty low. Curtain calls coming through. Damage. Mundo goes down, and I think that's going to be what it takes to run up. Scion ulti into the back line, going to pick up the 4th shot. There it is, the third. The W coming through there onto Caitlyn, but she is going to flash away, and that's going to be the end of the fun times there in the mid lane as Udyr picks up the Dragon over for Khan, or for CPD, I'm sorry. Chaos ensuing on the map. I'm really surprised at how CPD are electing to take these fights. They're so, just chaotic. I love it. It's some great League of Legends.
I would use the term reactive, right? I mean, they are having Conduit walk into them, then they're responding with their own damage, and I feel like it really is Koztek and Loki Dosi dishing out a lot of that DPS. We highlighted the importance of the Hui needing to be this magic damage long-range DPS for Cupid, and how he needed someone to join up with him. He couldn't be the only source, otherwise it was going to be really difficult for them to knock down this front line. But Loki Dosi on the Jhin, now with his double-digit kills, has been delivering. As we get another look at this fight, the Mundo not able to walk in, and you can just see both tanks trying to kind of divide this fight, but the big difference is the poke. Loki Dosi, he assassinates Animosity with the crit shot. Cuz too low. You don't have a front line. Good luck trying to reflect a train running into you. I don't think it's ever happened before, and it's certainly not going to happen anytime soon. And Cupid continues to steamroll this game, 15-5, and kills 10 of those owned by the Jhin.
I mean, yeah, the 10-0 performance from Loki Dosi. Loki Dosi feeling so safe in these fights. Just the mosh pit that's happening here in the front line. And I think Koztek isn't afraid to get in there, get dirty, right? He's playing battle mage way in some of these fights, getting really up close and personal. But the damage is coming through, and Loki Dosi delivering with the curtain call to clean up the fights between Chukui and Koztek. They are, those double Leandries are just melting through this Trundle, melting through this Mundo that have not had time to build up the MR just quite yet. We see Animosity now building towards that Spirit Visage, the Neg Cloak coming in.
Yeah.
Or I guess that's just a null magic mantle, that's not even a full Neg Cloak, right?
He's got a little belt.
He's got a little something going on there. But, you know, Ka can't even afford to start, you know, he's still got to finish his Deadman's Plate before he can start getting his MR. So he's really just banking on those Merc Treads, and that's not quite enough to be saving you from these double Leandries, tank shredding monsters that constitute Chukui and Koztek here.
Yeah, Cuz is basically saying, please, Chukui, I need this. My champ is kind of homeless.
Chukui, look at that! Look at he's shredding through a Mundo like he's absolute, like a knife through butter. Sion is here just to maybe
the slows.
But look at this damage, the healing. You know, normally a Mundo healing like that is like just going crazy, but it's like his health bar is barely even moving. Just massive damage here from Chukui. I love the game that Chukui has been playing. Oh, and there's the Spiraling Displayer. He said, I want some action in the mid lane. The force shot comes through, curtain call, and your curtain is closed on the Caitlyn. Call going very, very low. The flash forward to get the stun. Bear form, he says, no survivors. That's the kill coming over. There onto the Karma, and Mel, the lone survivor, limping away from this fight in the mid lane, clearing the avenue to potentially take this Baron and or this mid tower. I think it's going to be mid tower, and then the rest of CPD is going to group up. But
you know, to quote a specific Disney movie, both is good. As it looks like Cupid are going to be onto the Baron. We've got 2 in the mid lane, so they'll be able to crack the inhibitor as well, I believe. And they've got the luxury of being able to do this, frankly, Mike, because they've got the push in mid. They've got so much power in their solo laners, so much power across the board, if I'm being completely honest with you, that they can divide their attention. Conduit are all taken down, and it's an inhibitor. It's a Baron. Dragon up in less than a minute as well does mean Cupid are going into this fight clearly stronger than their opposition. We see about 12,000 gold separating these teams, and it feels like Cupid are firing their first arrow in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's Cupid. Cupid is just probably looking for that mid lane push off of super minions. I think they have the sauce to be able to pull off at least an extended siege, if not a just straight dive to end it. But if you're looking at this game from Conduit's perspective, right? I'll ask you 2 questions. If we don't get some action here in a second, it is going to be some damage coming through. There's going to be the root onto the Caitlyn. Caitlyn is in a lot of trouble here. But they are going to be able to walk away. I think they are going to be able to disengage this. But my question for you, Quacks, do you think that Conduit has a way to stall this out, or should they be looking to the next game in the series and start formulating that plan?
Honestly, we've both been, pretty somewhat high up in the solo queue ladder. If this is your solo queue game, let me rephrase this. If this is your solo queue game, are you thinking about how we can win, or are you thinking about what you're doing next? Because I have my answer.
I have my answer too, but we have to remain unbiased here in the casting. we gotta look at all angles, maybe, potentially. Is there a snowball's chance? If I was playing this game, I would already kind of just be like, okay, this game's lost. That's fine. We take a breath, we collect, we get a drink of water, boys, after this game, and we got to start thinking about how can we make sure this doesn't happen again. And I think the critical mistake that happened for Con that last game happened at that first Dragon fight. So I think that's something they want to look at and make sure that doesn't happen again. But the siege is coming through, Spiraling Despair onto the Mundo. They're looking to put the final nails in the coffin here for game 1. Conduit putting up a valiant defense, but is it enough? That first tower is going to go down. Cannon minions sieging with the Baron buff from the back line. 10,000 miles away, only one tower stands between CPD and the Nexus. Going in deep, deep, deep is Aethel wanting to make the fight happen. He's going very, very low. Damage is coming through. Chakui also getting very low.
Oh, Animosity!
Animosity picks up Aethel. He's going so far low, but the damage is too much the way. Popping through everyone. Chakui dancing grenades. 4 shots all around for everyone. Shots, 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 says Chakui, or says Loki Dosi. I'm so sorry. The damage is just too much. The tower will fall. One survivor. Cookie trying to make it happen. He's maybe, but that's the last hit. Plus 50 there for Chakui, and he leads the charge, leads his team to victory. CPD go up game 1 in this series.
CPD striking first in this best of 5 on their road to the grand finals here, Might. And frankly, it felt like a pretty clean game from start to finish. I mean, looking at the kind of summary from the illustrious writers for Immortal, thank you so much. Everyone was saying Cupid went full throttle. It was a extremely aggressive series from them to go from the top 8 into the top 4, and we saw that aggression in full time, from the Leona going in on every engage possible to the Hui engaging with the spiraling despair slow. This team frankly just went for the throat all game long, and they found their targets. And now Conduit, they're gushing blood here in game number 2. They've got to try and turn it around if they want to even up this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that first Dragon fight was so brutal, just trying to enter into that fight without a hard engage, without a way to isolate or break up this fight, to concentrate your damage. Really, when you're drafting a comp that has a Karma, a Caitlyn, and a Mel, you need to set up and you need to siege and poke them slowly but surely, right? It has to be slow. Has to, death by 1,000 cuts. But they just ran in there, Trundle, Pillar, Mundo, ready to go. And it ended up backfiring so strongly, putting them down in that early game, and then CPD rode that lead right to the end, right up into the Nexus. So I wonder, do you think it's going to be, from your perspective, do you think that Conduit are going to switch up the draft plan, or do you think they're going to say, we just need to clean up that early game, and that's going to be the key to victory?
I mean, I don't think it takes a genius to realize that there were holes in your draft. So while I don't think the entire strategy is going to be tossed out the window from game number 1, going into game number 2, just completely rewrite the formula, I do think that they need to find improvements. And I think that they are under the impression of that. So I'm curious to see what they think those improvements are. For me, I think the big thing was just being able to close that gap, right? You had the Mundo, you had the Trundle, but they were never really able to get onto the backline because the barrage of damage was just too much. They never had easy access into a lot of those fights, like you said, Might. And so I am looking at that aspect particularly to be fixed in game number 2. But while we wait for game number 2, we are going to be taking a small little break. So stick with us, stick with the pause, and we'll be right back for some more Immortals semifinals action.
slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 2 here between Conduit Esports and Cupid Esports. Game number 1, Cupid Esports attracting a lot of eyes toward them, Mike, with a really solid game number 1 off a great performance from Loki Dosi and Quaztech, both on the Hui and the Jin. Game number 2, we talked a lot about the draft differences we'd like to see from Conduit, but overall, Mike, I kind of posed this question to you. What are some gameplay differences that you would kind of like to see from them? Because it felt like they were not really in control of the game for a majority of the runtime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the biggest issues is when you start to fall behind like that, it's very important that you slow the pace of the game, right? So I think when both teams swap their bot lanes into the top lane, I think that was maybe a good call from Conduit, but going for that second grub when you know they're all here and they're coming, if you see their bot lane there, you got to back off. You have to stop the bleeding at that point because you've already gone down on that first dragon fight. So you need to slow the pace of the game down, set up your defensive vision. Don't let them start getting in position for these picks, which I think they did a great job of because we didn't see a whole lot of picks until chaos started ensuing. Right, I think they did a pretty decent job of holding out on like making sure that people aren't just getting randomly picked in the jungle. Now there were some iffy plays here where like Leona comes out of the bushes in the mid lane and all of a sudden someone's ganked. They weren't expecting that. But when it came to stymieing the actual incursions into the jungle, I think CPD had a hard time pushing the gas in terms of like getting those kind of picks. So in that respect, good. Otherwise, I would like to see just a little bit more creativity when it comes to how you want to play the game. So like if the standard is always, lane swap your bot lanes to the top lane, do this every single time, fight for grubs. If you're down or if you're not feeling it, or if you're like, check in with your team and be like, hey, do we really think that we can test it? If they show up, are we completely screwed? Then go get your advantages elsewhere. Force the 2v1 against their top laner. Get some more plates on your Caitlyn, which is what she wants to be doing anyways, right? She could have pushed the Scion in and just gotten plates. I think small creative decision making that doesn't follow the usual flowchart of a game is what sets good teams apart from, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with that. I also think another thing that was sorely lacking for Conduit in game number 1, and it's partially due to the fact that their comps just didn't really allow for a lot of the angles for this, but flank angles, right? I mean, you have an immobile Hui, you have an immobile Jin. Like, these are champions that don't have a lot of self-peel outside of like the fear from the Hui, which is, a spell that isn't in your rotations for offense. So if he burns one of the, I believe the W spells or E spells immediately, then he's not going to be able to have that off cooldown for a really long time. We didn't really get to see that, and I partially attribute it to the fact that top lane was really immobile, didn't have any dashes, didn't have any gaps on something akin to like a Renekton to really make those flanks a reality. But another thing that I really want to see is for Conduit is just a little bit more fire for them, right? Like a little bit more willingness to fight on even footing, get toward the objectives in a little bit more of an advantageous state, because a lot of people kind of looking at the top 4 at the current moment, a lot of people are kind of putting Conduit on, I hate to say this term, but kind of on that fraud watch, right? Because obviously being able to 3-0 against Legacy Amber is no small feat. That was a team that was projected to possibly win the entire thing, but this is a 4th seed, right? They eked in to the top 8, and so a lot of people are looking at them to put up a good fight against Cupid Esports, not have that series win against Legacy Amber be a one-off thing. And so far, based off what we saw in game number 1, it could be shaping up to be a really dominant series from Cupid.
Yeah, the download has to come through after this first game from Conduit if they want to make this a series, because if it continues on the current trajectory we're seeing, it's going to be Cupid all the way through. But I think that that game 1 really hinged on one critical moment. And I think that critical moment threw Conduit off kilter, and they weren't able to get their footing after that. I want to see a cleaner draft here from Conduit. Let's see a coherent draft. If we're going to draft poke, we need to draft 1 engage, and we need to draft 1 strong disengage. If we're going to play hard for that lane, pick an engaged jungler that can capitalize on that, can make dives happen, that can play aggressive. I want to see that coming through from this game.
Absolutely. And so we are going to be getting our stock standard preferential bans out of the way. Obviously, we've got the Aurora, Quaztech Aurora. We've got the Lee Sin from Ka not being allowed in. These are all bans we saw in game number 1. But with the side swap, I am curious to see which lane Conduit really prioritize first here, because obviously we're seeing Cupid really have a lot of emphasis toward that top side. So I am wondering if maybe we see something for Cookie here on 1, or maybe even Nissan on 1. It kind of felt like that Caitlyn was left out to dry a lot of the times, getting hit by a lot of skill shots that you wouldn't normally expect a backliner to get hit by. I think of those deadly flourishes in a lot of cases, as bans have finished up. Junglers going to be taken off, the Wukong and the Jarvan. So there are still a couple of fighter junglers, such as the Xin Zhao, that you could immediately snag up here for Ka, or the Orianna, that you could also go here on 1. It looks like they are going to go for that option. And now the question becomes, does Quaztech just say, screw it, I'll go for like the Azir Orianna handshake and we can just have a cordial mid lane matchup? Or does he want to go for something a little bit more aggressive? Or does he want to deny that pairing of the Xin Zhao, which he is going to do now? I do think they'll probably pair it up with a mid laner, but wouldn't be surprised if they just decide to R2 top lane here.
Yeah, and there it is, the Rumble, the R2 top lane, just like what you were talking about. Here, I think, are we going to see some kind of ball delivery service here with the jungle pick?
We need to.
And if so, what are the options that are still available with Xin Zhao off the table, Jarvan off the table? The Premier is gone, but Jax gets the job done. He can jump in on you. He can have a stun. Yeah. And so I think that's a good pairing. It's a solid jungle mid pairing, and that enables Ka. And I mean, this is supposed to be the Ka show for Conduit and Nissan coming in as well. Now we got some dive. We got some meat and potatoes on this Conduit.
Yeah.
We're not playing poke. We're playing get in there, dive, ball delivery, knockups for days, wombo combo. Let's see some. A misfortune ban probably has to come through, right? Because if you layer misfortune on top of that, that's just disgusting. But on the flip side of things, we're seeing a bit more of a skirmish comp. I would like to see, when you pick a Rumble, I like to see setup with a Rumble. And I don't see like a hard setup. Xin Zhao gets like one knockup, okay. And he's actually kind of a non-bow sometimes if he's knocking people away. So yeah. I'd like to see something that could group or do a little more sticking, right?
Right now, I think a big option here for Cupid could be something like the Rel. Obviously, that Magnet Storm pairs up really nicely with the Rumble. And I agree with you. You need something that can allow the DPS from the Corki and the Rumble to really go through without any of these Conduit members just immediately running away. Because they have a lot more innate defense than what we saw this top side have from game number 1, as we have finished up with the ban. So Rel immediately comes to mind, but it's more than likely that they're going to give R5 counter to Ethel. And yeah, they're going to instead lock that Corki in for mid lane against the Orianna. So we did talk about Quaztech maybe going a little bit more in your face in the laning phase instead of going for something like an Azir. Corki definitely sings to that matchup being curved in that way. And now Cupid with the Xayah do force Conduit to go for the Rakan. You could go like a Sivir here. I think a Sivir wouldn't be bad at all if you're looking for primary engage, but instead they're just going to look for one more pick tool in their arsenal. Maybe just something to force out that Feather Storm in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, I think Varus gets the job done. On hit Varus, you pick up your Rune and Hurricane, you're feeling pretty solid there. And there's the Nautilus. That's good setup. I also like the heads up play. Snagging that Xayah for Loki Doki or Loki Dosi. When you see so much dive coming at you, right? When you see the Jax, when you see the Galio, having an ADC that has self-peel and there's no one that does it better than Xayah is really what you need. I love this draft from both teams way more than game 1, and I think we're going to have a great game on our this time around. I think it's
Conduit, a lot more well-rounded. Sure.
Yeah, I think Conduit has the tools to do things. They have agency now, and I think CPD, if they can get their game plan rolling, we're gonna have some great team fights as well. So I think I really like what we're seeing for this game. I think it's gonna be a lot closer. I don't think it's gonna just get out of control after one fight. I think both these teams have multiple angles to get in the game, to stay in the game, and to potentially come back if things don't go their way.
And one thing that I think is really advantageous here for Conduit going forward is the lack of side lane really here from Cupid. A big thing to lower the value of something like a Galio is to put someone on like a top lane if you're looking for like a dragon player. Look for putting someone in the bot lane to side and have the Galio deal with that if you're looking for like a Herald. There's no real side lane action possible here for Cupid. So that means the Galio is going to be present to hit that hero's entrance. In a lot of these team fights, it's going to be very imperative that Cupid force out that hero's entrance whenever possible, because I think if they're going to be going into a fight with that active, it's going to be really difficult for them to kill some of these priority targets. As we are on to the Rift, the Cupid immediately looking for an early play. Cut is extremely bold for staying in that area, knowing Nautilus is there, by the way.
I think he walked away at the perfect second, because that hook, he felt the breeze on that one. It was coming straight for him. Oh my goodness, that was so close, but unfortunately does walk away, Ka, just barely. But Aethel reminding Ka, you gotta respect me, especially when I'm on Nautilus playing the engage. A little far forward here from Loki Dosi. Maybe it gets found here in the tri-bush. No, it does walk away. So the early game gonna be, you know, after a little bit of some excitement here, we're gonna go back to relax gameplay. But I think these lanes are gonna be a little volatile. I'm sensing a little bit of volatility.
It's a much more action-packed laning phase, definitely, than what we saw in game number 1. Definitely demands more attention, I feel, from the junglers, and by extension, the supports in this game. And that's where I really think Xin Zhao can have the edge over this Jax. Obviously, Jax has a lot of combat power, but that mostly comes via items, and after you hit level 6, where you can get that 3-hit passive to really take over some of these extended traits. Before that happens, I feel this ball really is in Xin Zhao's court to make a lot of these aggressive angles work, and so I want to see him active on the map, snowball the Xayah, because like you said in the draft, this is such a good disengage AD carry that if they're constantly forced to target this guy and constantly forced to overextend in order to just bait out that ultimate, it opens up so many more doors for the rest of the team to look aggressively.
Oh, such huge damage coming here through the trades. I mean, this is exactly what you want to be seeing if you are Conduit with these early game trades. Look at that damage coming through. Loki Dosi already very, very low. Aethel as well, less than half HP. But I agree with what you're saying about the junglers in the early game. And I want to take it a step further and say even Trikui dictates the pace of the first 10 minutes of this game. It is completely on Trikui whether we are going to see an action-packed or it's going to be slow. And I think if Conduit want a chance in this game, they got to make it action-packed.
Oh,
here in the top lane, Animosity running for his life. The burn is coming. Is there going to be a flash? I don't know what just happened. I think there was a little bit of a lag, but first blood comes through on Fionveld, picking up the roasty toasty solo kill in the top lane. Wow.
And in a losing matchup, by the way, I mean, Gallia is supposed to dominate the 1v1, or at least temper some of this fire that Rumble is putting out, both literally and metaphorically, but he's just not able to do so. Gets taken down in the 1v1, and it's a big open area for Cupid now. Animosity holding on to that flash, so still will have some safety if another aggressive play, possibly by Trikui, comes out, as Trikui has finished his clear and is just going to be looking on this crap. He's got the Nautilus roam, and just like game number 1, we're seeing that cross map, that realization from the opposing jungler that, hey, I don't have priority, I've got to go to that topside crab, as we do see that happening on live. But we're going to get back to this replay here and see just how this happened. So procs the phase rush, but I think that last auto, he stayed for a little bit longer, and because of that, Fionveld managed to close that distance. Yeah, if he didn't stay for that last auto attack in the trade and allowed for the phase rush to do its thing and getting him out, I think he might have been able to live. Maybe had to burn that flash, but still could have kept his life. Now, though, it's a big advantage for the Rumble in a losing matchup that just allows him to accelerate his game even further.
Yeah, and I think that, I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was a level disparity there. I think Rumble was level 3 over level 2, and takes advantage of that, having 3 abilities. I mean, that's a huge power spike, and I think he just saw that and saw, oh, you're stepping up for minions when I'm a level up on you? I think you're still a minion off, friend. Trade, yeah, fantastic. Let's go all the way. And ends up picking that kill. So great heads-up play there from Fionveld to pick up that kill in the early game. Does burn his flash, though, so he is a little bit vulnerable to some counter ganks, but I think he kind of knows that, like, Jax isn't one of these early game gank 95 times. He knows that, like, my boy Trikui on the Xin Zhao is the guy that's doing that. So if anything, if I'm vulnerable, it's actually just setting up Trikui for a gank on a potential, like, you know, overextension. Try and get something back here on the top lane.
Yeah, bait him in.
So it could be a bait. It could be big bang bait. Like, I'll absolutely use my flash here. But Animosity still having the flash available. it's gonna be decent here in the top lane, but probably doesn't mean as much as a certain other thing. But I mean, we're just battling back and forth. It is Rock'em Sock'em Robots here in the bot lane, as Cookie looking for the damage. Finds quite a bit, and I think they're winning these trades. I think Varus is better at trading at this stage of the game. He doesn't have to commit quite as hard as Zai does to these trades, and I think just slowly over time is able to whittle.
He's on the dragon.
Will Aethel down? Oh, starting the dragon up naked here is Ka. Don't tell me this is gonna happen again. Very, very low here in the top lane for Animosity. He is gonna probably have to go back home. Getting very low here. Picture in picture. The dragon is getting started up, but that's 4 members. That's just gonna go straight over to Conduit, and that's great for them. I mean, a first dragon against the Xin Zhao, that's fantastic, right? That's exactly where you want to be if you're Conduit.
Yeah, that's absolutely a steal, but I feel like on the other side, like, this is the comp that we talked about in the scaling department, right? So being able to get that win condition up, almost immediately does put you in a position to leverage that soul on top of your innate power spikes. Now, I do worry, particularly in about 10 minutes when this third dragon possibly becomes an issue, if Conduit maybe rush this game a little too fast. Because if Cupid, if we're talking like soul point at like 20 minutes, it's still really good for Cupid. So I think that they have the luxury to be able to surrender some of these objectives, knowing that they can look for cross maps, look to set up and make it so that Conduit maybe gain a little bit, but don't gain everything. As we do see that cross map coming to fruition, the lane swaps are actually coming in at the same time, and Ka, we might be looking to face check in here. Has to be careful.
He thinks he's safe, but there it is. He's going to get rooted up, but the counter-strike does come through. He still wants to play a little bit, but that's probably a step too far. Shakui says, no, this is my jungle. Comes through, but the Rakan is here. The Varus looking for the damage, but it's too many people. Everybody wants a piece of this blue buff action.
With a shockwave.
Shockwave comes out, picks up Aethel, but there's no real damage to back this up. And 4 members of CPD say this blue buff is mine, and I'm going to take Cuz life as well.
Yeah.
Shakui getting the action started.
Really good stuff there from Trikui. An amazing move there by Ethel off of the roam, realizing, hey, I don't have to go immediately to the lane. I can just give my AD carry some of that solo XP. It's not an immediate threat, but taking down this jungler to get priority for these future grubs could be, as that is exactly what they're going to be doing. You can see shove here in bot lane. Doesn't matter that the Nautilus was a little bit late to that party, and now Rakan maybe looking for an angle as Jax has shown up.
Flash out, but that's the Feather Storm picking up the kill. Aethel does go down for it, though. But it is a 1-for-1 and a 3v2, so, I mean, that's a little bit there in favor of CPT. But Caustic is up here, ready to go. Loki does he want some of this action, but he's not going to get it. They're not going to give it to him. They're just going to walk away. No flashes on the junglers for these grubs, and I don't think these grubs are going to go uncontested here as Shakui making his way down.
And you can see
Cog
really wants to enter in, but I mean, your AD carries half health. You're at a very precarious situation, but he Guliushi's it.
He's in the pit with no flash. There is no escape for Loki Dosi. It is fight or die. You might as well see the Renata W above your head coming through. There's the ulti, but it picks up nothing. Caustic kills Ka, and they're looking for more. There's the root down from Aethel, but the flash forward from Caustic, looking for the damage. Is it gonna be enough? Flash out, just barely escaping with the skin of his teeth, but flash forward! What are you doing? No, Nissan! No, my brother in Christ, you can't fall for that bait. He gives his life over, and I think that is 2 grubs going over to CPD.
Yeah.
1 getting picked up as a consolation prize there for Conduit.
That's another massive fight for Cupid. I mean, I'm getting shades of game number 1 where we saw the game really open up from the dragon here. And now it's instead the grubs. And honestly, I mean, we talk about how little side lane action there is for Cupid, so I don't think it's as consequential as the dragon getting started up like we saw in the first game, but it does just mean more denied from this Jax in the wake of side laning, especially for the Galio as well. He's not going to be able to side lane either. As looking back at this fight, beautiful Feather Storm. Not only does it dodge the innate damage from getting that chains off, but it also dodges the knockup from Rakan, so multiple spells get sidestepped from there. Ka is left out to dry, and then from here, the Crescent Guard does such a good job at protecting Trikui that he manages to live. Quaztec flashes forward now that his support is here, and the collapse, the re-engage, it's perfect from the Cupid side, and Nissan Just with a bit of an oopsie moment. I guess the only silver lining is Ethel getting that kill, so it's given over to the Nautilus. Not the worst thing in the world, but still, Cupid, another early fight to just open this game up in their favor, and this time, the kills, they're all on every single member. Look, it's 1-1-1-1-1. Everyone's got some gold to spare.
Everybody wants a slice of the pie.
And everyone will get one. It was just Thanksgiving, and, you know, it's about to be Christmas. Like, the holidays are here.
We're passing the stuffing around. I'm a big stuffing fan. I love stuffing, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
That's a controversial take sometimes.
Okay, well.
In today's culture. But I'm in good company.
Dude, stuffing is goated. But the one thing that I can't stand at Thanksgiving, I might upset some people in the chat, I can't understand why anyone would like the cranberries. Am I alone in this?
I love cranberry sauce.
Oh boy. All right, maybe we can be friends in a different life.
There's like a tartness, right? So you got like your grease, your greasy deliciousness from your like stuffing, and your turkey, and your mac and cheese, and then you cut that with the acidity from the die for. But you know what else is to die for? Caustic in this mid lane, potentially getting caught by Animosity. He wants a piece of this pie. Oh, and the quickness coming through from the Rakan is gonna knock up Trikui here. But is the chase going to be able to come through? Do they have enough gas in the tank? And the answer to that question is no. But Aethel potentially wants some of this. Oh, the counter strike coming through.
Oh, Trikui
blasted away with the Crescent Strike. There's the damage coming through, and it's going to be Caustic going down with a quickness. But they want more. Cookie just a little too far forward, picks it up, but all 5 are here. The defense is coming through. Tower is going to bring the safety. Knock up here onto Loki Dosi. Loki Dosi feather storms away, roots him up under tower, and this is an aggressive dive, but it is going to pick up 2 there. Conduit striking back in the bot lane.
I mean, Conduit find a couple of picks, but I feel like it's off the back of Cupid just making a lot of positioning errors. Trikui gets caught out. He face checks the bush. Then he puts his mid laner in harm's way. Conduit can keep going for these aggressive plays because they have numbers. They had roamed the Galio toward that bot side, so they are not deterred by the tower. And it just felt like a really unnecessary gamble on Cupid's front. Conduit capitalized off of it, but feels like a play that should not have happened. A bit of a slip up from them, and now the Dragon, the second of the game, going over to Conduit. The only thing in trade going to be a couple of plates going over to Fionvid on this Rumble, so we'll continue to get stronger. Maybe actually has enough for his first item. I wonder if he'll be able to get that off his first or his reset after this.
I mean, he's got a 40 CS lead up here in the top lane. I think, you know, Animosity spending a lot of time there in the bot lane gives some quality time here for Fionvid in this top lane. With the solo kill, now that's a pretty substantial gold lead that we're probably seeing on that Rumble right now. So that's something that CPD, that's kind of what they've got going for them here in this early game. That is otherwise a bit scrappy sometimes here, kind of going back and forth. You know, 4 kills to 6 kills, 2k gold lead. I wouldn't be surprised if most of that gold was just sitting there on Fionvid right now.
I mean, Fionvid, I would also put Trikui in there as well. Even though the Jax has 2 kills, the Xin Zhao still has a bounty, still has his first item, is really accelerated in the pace of the game. But now I think Cupid have to be a little bit worried because Conduit got a dragon that I feel for all accounts was not really theirs to take, given that Cupid were ahead at the time. And so now for this third dragon, it's going to be kind of a do or die moment. Can you deny the soul stacking and give you know, your Rumble and your Corki a little bit more time to get some items under their belt to match the scaling of this Jax and this Varus that we've hyped up so much?
And the Orianna. Don't forget the Orianna's taking time bomb as well. But I really like, you know, I like what you said, whereas like these dragons weren't really conduits to take. And now they've got 2 of them. Like they were the scaling comp. They were the ones that are supposed to be on the back foot. And I almost like to think of getting dragons early as a scaling comp as like you're buying 5 extra minutes, right? So it's like 10 extra minutes that have been bought. The dive is coming through here. 4 members being committed to the bot side dive. They want to dive this Conduit bot lane. TP is coming through though. Animosity is here to put a stop to these shenanigans. And so is Nissan, driving his car right in there. They are going to make the engage. They're forcing it on
Fionvid's teleporting.
What is happening? Oh my gosh, Loki Dosi almost taking out Cookie, but the chaos ensues. Caw coming in. There's the equalizer coming right through. Gonna split this fight up. Damage, damage, damage is Fionvid's middle name as he roasts and toasts Conduit off of their bot side jungle. Get out of that tri-bush, get under your tower. And we're going to siege up here, I think. I wouldn't be surprised to see CPD trying to make this tower happen, but maybe it is time to just reset lanes and get back to farm.
They don't have enough minions as it stands, and so what's going to result is just a 1-for-1 trade, and frankly, it kind of felt like another fight that Conduit were just trying to force for the heck of it. You've got a Herald on the other side, but you're not going to be able to get anything off of that win, but still, it's getting gold into these carries, so I feel like it still does have a purpose, as we are going to get a replay for how this all started. And this just dive in general felt really overforced.
Yeah,
you don't have a wave. You aren't all there. You do bait out the teleport. And if you are able to exfiltrate at this point, I think it is definitely a worth it trade because you burn that summoner spell. But then Trakui gets engaged on a forced teleport out of Fionveld. And if he had just been a couple of seconds sooner, I feel like all those low health bars that were running away from him would have had their legs torched off. As we can see, Lokidosi in trouble.
Oh, Lokidosi in trouble, flashes forward, but not quite enough to get the gap. It does not quite go through the Twin Feathers, not enough. Oh, but the stacks go through. Oh, the passive is enough to pick up the consolation prize. Fallen asleep, stepping just a little too close. And honestly, Cookie almost went down there as well. I mean, Lokidosi is the kind of guy you really don't want to mess with on ADC.
Yeah, really good situation for him, or a really good execution, rather, for the situation he found himself in with the 1v2. Does manage to snag a kill onto his lover, at least in the lore. They're getting a divorce after this game, okay? So now, hey, the team is not called Cupid for no reason.
Dive in the mid lane, Nissan getting sold to the dealership. That's it. The last tower shot isn't enough to pick up Caustic, but he does have to burn his flash. A little bit of something there. But Nissan getting retired, sent to the scrap heap. Gonna have to figure it out and come back. Oh, another big fight coming through. Ka in a lot of trouble here. He's smacking his way out, but he is just gonna be able to leap strike out. But in the back lane, Animosity picks up Caustic out of nowhere, but now he's surrounded by 4 members. Gets the taunt off, but help is not coming. Lokidosi picks up the counter kill onto Animosity.
It's a 2-for-1 extended trade. Cupid also get the Herald, so they should be able to charge this out in mid and siege this tower if they want to, because, yeah, look on the bot side. Cookie is going to be able to take this bot lane tier 1, so you want to trade that objective, especially with the dragon spawning. It means a lot to be able to free up some space around that mid lane so you can extend the vision line going into this fight. The only downside is because the dragon is here, Cupid are actually sitting on a lot of gold, didn't have time to reset, and now are kind of forced to fight with some weapons, some impoverished conditions that they really shouldn't need to, as Conduit did get their resets off. So this could be potentially sole point for Conduit. They've got the shinier toys, and Cupid don't have the items necessary to fight this. They weren't able to reset off those kills and off that Herald.
Yeah, and of note, just want to point out there that CPD did pick up the tower first, so they do have those empowered boots. But you are right, they are sitting on a lot of gold. Equalizer comes through, and the fight is immense! Fionveld going up almost instantaneously, dying in the fight. He does get some of his damage off, but he would have liked to see probably a little bit more. And that might be clearing the way for Conduit to start this dragon up. Ka is looking a little bit bruised, a little bit worse for wear. But how do they enter when most of their damage that was on Fionveld is gone? And I think the answer is we are not going to do it. We are just going to reset and spend our gold. Yeah, 3 dragons going over to Conduit.
Yeah, so that's sole point here for Conduit. 18 minutes into the game, and kind of going back to a discussion we had like 10 minutes ago, is that we said, if you are rushing these dragons too quickly and you are not connecting the soul win condition with your innate power spikes on your champions, it could lead to Cupid being able to fight for these objectives, make it really difficult, because we are still, for all intents and purposes, around that mid game. We haven't yet hit the Baron spike. It's not 25 minutes yet. The dragon will be spawning before Baron does, so there is time for Cupid to really still sit on some of those breakpoints that are better than what Conduit currently has. It's just a matter of between now and 4 minutes from now, Cupid being able to find advantages while minimizing the amount that Conduit can get. And those advantages definitely are the towers at the current moment. You can see both of these teams vying to get onto these side lanes so they can take some of these tier 1s.
Oh, Animosity is going to pull the trigger here onto Caustic. Going to take a little bit of damage there, just reminding him of his existence. But that is going to be just a little bit of clearing in their top lane. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There is still a mid-game spike going on here for CPD, even though it doesn't look like it on paper. Like Conduit still has the scaling going for them. There's a little bit of a gold lead here for Conduit or for CPD, but I think that window is closing. I think like the next 5 minutes are going to be where CPD needs to actually wrest a lead, right? Or the soul stacking is going to get out of control, and the scaling is really going to start to come online for the Jax, for the Vars, for the Orianna. So yeah, I think this is the time that CPD needs to start looking to put their stamp on this game, or it might start to get away from them.
Absolutely. And I mean, kind of looking at these items right now, a lot of them are hitting their second stride, and I don't think they're going to be able to get 3 items within the span of 3 minutes. That would be absolutely insane. But the big thing now is the Otacon has spawned on the top side, and you can see Cupid are trying to do exactly what you talked about, Might, where they're setting up a trap, looking to see if the Orianna, if Nissan will step up too far. But I like how cautiously he is playing this, knowing that one false move, one wrong step, and Cupid could pick him, could get the Otacon. That numbers advantage thing that we have talked about all series long is really what made Cupid so strong in game 1, and I think Conduit are doing a really good job at minimizing that advantage here in game number 2 by not doing things like this where they face check.
Yeah, but are they aware that Zin's out? The way that I'm seeing the positioning happening is telling me, is like the body language. It's kind of telling me that I don't think Nissan or Asleep are aware that Zin's out, and that could come back to bite them very, very quickly if they are careful here, and here it comes! Nissan forced to flash away! That's such free summoners coming out just from great positioning from the Zin's out. I mean, I don't know. I think you play this game for a while, and you can just read from the body language whether or not someone kind of has the feeling, has the sniffer out, or doesn't quite have the sniffer
Spider
out.
sense.
Yeah, it just hits, but they start up the Otacon, but I don't think that's enough of an advantage to do that.
I mean, look at the rest of the members of Cupid. One is on the bot side, 2 of them are resetting, and so even though you get that flash and have a temporary advantage, you don't really get to abuse that window where you can capitalize off of it. The Otacon gets hit a couple of times, but then gets left alone, and now, you know, we suddenly went from 4 minutes to about 1 minute from that dragon. Time flew by, and suddenly we have to start worrying as Cupid, the team who has 2k gold up, if we are actually in control of this game, if that 2,000 gold is actually just straight up fraud money, if it's monopoly money, because this Drake Soul could wash away any gold lead that you have at this point.
Yeah, I honestly, I think you're right. It really does feel like monopoly money at this point, because Conduit is getting their scaling up, but that top tower goes up, and that's enough, I think. Aethel's forced to flash out. He does get away. So Conduit's some flashes down, but now CPD is losing some flashes. Now, granted, you're only losing a flash on a Nautilus, which isn't like the end of the world. The flash on the Orianna obviously much more valuable. And they are starting up this Otacon. They want to make something happen. They're saying they feel the pressure, right? They feel their window closing, and they just want to make something happen right now. But Loki Dosi is way off in La La Land in mid lane, potentially looking for the mid tower. Are they just trying to pull Conduit apart? It's hard to tell at this point.
I think the idea is that they want to make it so Conduit are over-forcing and second-guessing on the top side. I mean, look at the other lanes. Loki is pushing in mid. Fionville is pushing in bot. They're getting priority around these lanes adjacent to the dragon while making it so Conduit have to constantly worry about this Otacon. And now, all of them show mid. Ooh.
Oh, Loki Dosi is playing with fire right now. Animosity jumping forward. Is the taunt going to land? Just a pixel off. Gets the pullback.
We're going in? We're going in!
But Aethel's losing way too much health. He sees 4, but he goes for the hook. He actually sees 5. And he's going to get punished instantaneously for that. CPD, that they needed him alive to contest this dragon. And now with no Nautilus to make something happen, Finwell is in a world of hurt, getting the quickness knocked up. Half HP going down for Fallen, but it doesn't really matter. Can CPD actually enter this fight? Loki Dosi looking for damage, trying to make it happen.
On the side.
Oh my gosh, there's no taunt available here for Animosity. The equalizer comes through. And the taunt in from Ka, looking for the entrance. And damage coming through. Pull back. It's Chaos Ka looking to tear apart the back line. He's going to low HP. Caustic on 2. Animosity finds him in the fight. And this is looking Conduit favored so far. Loki Doki picking it up, and Nissan cashing in the dealership. Says, you're going home, buddy. We're taking this dragon, we're taking the soul, and we want to take this game. Conduit striking back in game 2.
And it feels like it was just a really big series of unfortunate events there for Cupid. They did the best with what they could. Loki, Dosi, and Quaztech were trying to lay down the damage, but you don't have too much of a front line. Overall, it just felt like Aethel wasn't there in the correct spot. I mean, he goes for the hook in a 2v5, sacrifices himself, and immediately puts his team on the back foot in terms of numbers. But I gotta commend them for what they actually managed to pull off here. You can see the spacing from Loki holding that ultimate. Trakui trying to buy the space. But it just doesn't matter. The 3-man flash taunt might, or the 3-man flash stun might have missed, but it baits out the ult from Loki. He's separated from the rest of his team. He doesn't have the cooldowns. Quaztech and Loki have to fight on different fronts, and neither of them have the numbers to do so. It just felt like a recipe for disaster. The setup wasn't there. The Nautilus got picked too early. And now Conduit have the soul. Damn your gold lead. They have got a game-winning buff. And Cupid don't have anything to show for it. They got no dragons.
Yeah, that's brutal. And I mean, that was so critical from Aethel because Aethel needed to be alive to pressure the positioning from Nissan. Nissan was able to play Battle Mage Orianna in that fight up in the face, getting the perfect positioning that he wants to be able to dish out oodles of damage without the threat of getting Nautilus hooked. Aethel, gotta watch the positioning, cannot get overzealous on some of these counter fights. Loki has a lot of damage, but not enough damage to carry a 2v5. You gotta be careful, buddy, out there in these streets. It's hard, man, it's hard.
Wait, they're on the Baron. They're starting up the Nasher.
They've got the soul. They're feeling confident. They've got the damage. This is a Varus. Actually, Varus going sniper build with a Youmuu's Ghostblade and a Manamune finish. Cut taking a lot of damage. They are getting shredded from this Baron. And it looks like Prudence is going to prevail. They are just going to leave it, let it regen. Looking for the engage. Animosity goes in.
On to Loki.
Ball delivery service. The counter strike. It's over. Wombo combo. Double kill coming through from Ka. With Cookie cleaning up the rest. That's 3 kills. That's going to be a Baron going over for Conduit. Conduit. They are looking much, much, much nicer this game.
And I mean, Nissan, that ball is driven by a soccer mom as it manages to drive its way into oncoming hearts of Cupid. They all go down. Loki's not able to Featherstorm in time. The CC chain is too much. And now they're looking to complete the Infinity Gauntlet of game-ending objectives. We've got the Soul. We've got the Baron. Now the Otacon is claimed. The only thing they need, the proverbial Mind Stone of this gauntlet is the Elder, and that is coming in about 3 minutes. But Cupid now down 6,000 gold. The pendulum has swung away from them so quickly. I don't see how they can make up this gold with so few objectives to actually play for if you get a win.
Yeah, I think the sun is setting for CPD. I mean, scaling is now favoring Conduit. And they've got everything. They've got Soul, they've got Baron, they've got Otacon. It's looking really, really clean right now in terms of the macro play from Conduit. The way that they've orchestrated this game, I think has just been really, really nice. Ka is such a menace on the Rift. You know, leading his team to these objectives as they push down the tier 1 in the mid. It's gonna be a tier 2, probably gonna be a tier 3, might even be an inhibitor. And we'll see if maybe a fight goes out. It could even be the game if CPD are not very careful here. Oh, but they want to make it happen. Looking for the flank angle. Hook goes wide, lands on the wall. But they are just going to walk away. Oh, flash forward. They want this. Cut. Getting rooted up, but so much damage coming through. Punishing the re-engage. Aethel forced to flash away. Chaos here in the mid lane. Equalizer comes through.
Animosity!
Animosity getting in there. Gets the taunt. Featherstorm comes out. Loki does he doing damage, but the shockwave is gonna pick up 2. Caught a killing spree. That's gonna mop up the entirety of the team. Xin Zhao limping back home on blinking health bars, and I think that is gonna be enough for Conduit to send us to game 3.
And Animosity gets the 3-man taunt. Ka with the 3-man done, and now it is just Krakui, but he's got no more tricks up his sleeve. Conduit are going to tie up the series 1-1 as Cupid get their hearts broken, but not shattered. There's so much more game to play. Strap your seatbelts on. It's a series, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, absolutely a series. And I think after seeing this performance from Conduit in Game 2, I feel so much better about where we're heading, the trajectory of this series. That was a stellar game. Fun to watch, fun to cast. Great gameplay from both teams. The question, the thing, CPD, I think they had the gold lead, right? They were kind of in the position they wanted to, but they could never get the right fight. Someone always died a little bit too early or got picked out or got chunked out, so they weren't able to actually start these objectives or get the positioning that they wanted to do to make it happen. And so even though they, on paper, they had to lead, in practice, it's a soul sweep for the scaling team of Khan. And that is just showing the prowess of Ka on this jungle. Knows where to be at the right time, knows what he can take, and he takes every inch. You give him an inch, he takes them.
Yeah, for sure. Really good stuff there from Conduit. And honestly, I feel like that goal graph is a little bit fake. I mean, we talked about it a little bit. We said that Cupid's like very minuscule gold lead for a majority of the game was basically Monopoly money. It was held on by sticks and it was built up by sticks and stones and stilts. It was, you know, that dry plywood that's just barely holding your house together at that point. And I mean, Conduit were like the big bad wolves. They just blew that house right away when the time came for that Baron. So frankly, I think going into game number 3, for the sake of Cupid, one thing you really need to be looking at is just being able to convert that gold that you have, right? You have advantages on the map, but they weren't proactive in doing it. It wouldn't have been a huge issue if Conduit had gotten the soul, but the fact that the dragon count was 4-0 was absolutely insane to me for a comp that was, you know, touted to be really snowbally, operate more so toward that early to mid game trajectory. They weren't proactive at all in the early to mid game trajectory. It felt like in securing those dragons. And so overall, really want to see them play a little bit more aggressively, like what we saw in game number 1. If we had seen that same fire in game 2 that we saw in the first match that they ended up stomping, I think this would be a 2-0, but they played with their food a little bit too much. And I think Conduit managed to escape from them and take the win. So really good stuff from them.
Yeah. And I really liked, like, Fionveld in the early game did so great, right? He got that solo kill just like out of nowhere in like the first 5 minutes of the lane, and it just felt like the team didn't really play to like the team fight strength that Rumble would have brought from that moment on. I think he constituted a significant portion of that gold lead, and he just was never able to capitalize it because he throws an equalizer down and everyone just scatters because there's nothing to really hold them in place. And so I think. You know, it's a fearless draft, so we're not going to see a Rumble again. But I think if you're going to draft a Rumble, you need to get a little more all in on that game plan of like we're going to have a big team fight. I think the Xayah is fine. But the Corki is just a little off. I think the Corki is adding more damage. Bring a little bit of CC. You can have damage, but bring something that can group
I also felt like the game
move.
was just impossible for Quaztech on that Corki to a certain point, because you walk in, it's a Jax. You can't walk up to a Jax. It's a Galio. You can't walk up to a Galio. There were so many tools that punish you for being short ranged, and so I do think that Quaztech had arguably one of the hardest games you can possibly have whenever you draft Corki in a lot of these situations. The draft it was not kind to him to be able to actually play his game. So overall, I feel like that's kind of a metaphor for Cupid in game number 2, as now we are going to take a small little break, take a few minutes between games 2 and 3, but when we return, draft for game number 3 should be on your screens. We will disappear from your screens, but be back shortly, and we'll see you all soon.
like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh 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 crazy oh 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 crazy crazy oh oh crazy oh 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy crazy do do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh do do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh crazy oh 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 crazy crazy oh oh crazy oh 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy 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 do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh do do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh 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 crazy oh 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 crazy crazy oh oh crazy oh 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy crazy do do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh do do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh do do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh do do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh
One 2-1 after a fairly convincing win by Conduit, snapping back from their little bit lackluster performance in game number 1, where Cupid managed to take that one pretty easily. Now, though, everything here is tied up, Might. We are in a best-of-3 territory. 2 more wins, and you are into the grand finals. What are you looking to see from these players now that especially some champions are fearless away?
Oh, I'm so excited for this next series. I mean, that last game was already leagues ahead. If Cupid could just clean up a couple things, we're gonna have a real brawl on our. But I liked the more wombo combo style that Conduit played. That felt way more their style as opposed to like the poke comp that they had drafted before that didn't really pan out. So I would like
Yeah.
to see more of that combo style, more of that skirmish style. They were also so active in the early game. I could just imagine them like picking a straight early game composition, like skirmish comp, and just go to town. Like I can totally see that from Conduit. From CPD, I liked I would love to see something that just enables Loki Dosi, because that guy is
Yeah.
in there. He's in the paint. He's one of those ADCs that is always trying to maximize their damage. There's some ADCs that like, oh, if I'm super fed now, I'll start auto attacking, right? There's other ADCs that are like, I'm gonna get every scrap of damage I can get out, even if it means like I'm gonna be taking damage in turn. So if you
Yeah.
pick a comp that enables this guy, give him a front line, put him on something like a Jinx, he's not just going to sit back and wait for the perfect opportunity. He's going to be dishing out damage consistently in these fights. And I think that's the kind of ADC you want to play to enable. So I can see why Loki Dosi has been called the MVP in a lot of these plays. But
Yeah.
Chakui as well. You can't sleep on Chakui either. Because that man plays a strong early game when he's feeling confident. When he's not, he can flounder a little bit. But when he's feeling it, like in game one, that Udyr was, I really like that Udyr's movement across. I think he really set up CPD for their game one win, and I would like to see more of that kind of like aggressive play towards your bot side, really enable Loki Dosi to get a lead. And that's what I want to see.
And I feel
What
like
about
the
you?
aggression aspect. Yeah, no, you're good. I feel like the aggression aspect of the series has been like a really major double-edged sword for a lot of these teams, and it has caused particularly the losing team to kind of drown a little bit more than we expect them to. It almost kind of acts like quicksand. The more you struggle, the quicker you're actually going to sink. And I feel like game 1 and 2 for the respective losing teams of those games, we saw a lot of that aggression. Trying to fight back, get those leads through skirmish. Through execution, but that only led to them being, further down in the stands, sinking quicker. And so I think going into game number 3, I want to see a little bit more caution, not necessarily not making plays, but if you find yourself on the back foot, look for a cross map, look for another opportunity, look for a different angle. I feel like teams have been going full force at each other and just seeing which one of them, doesn't get their head blown off by running headfirst into the other person. As we flew through those bans, but a lot of attention paid toward the junglers. Now, Yunara is still up and available, so if you want a champion, an AD carry that can easily be played around, I feel like that is the prime time #1 character, but instead, Cupid just gonna snag up that Wukong that was banned in game number 2, so already just setting up for a little bit of action on that Cyclone spike.
Oh, Talia is going to be the answer here. The opposite side of the map. I love Talia. I love Talia in these high level competitive. She can just enable so much cross map plays, denial. I just like Talia. Oh, that's a classic combo.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
No, this is really well-known mid-jungle duo, but it has been a little bit sullied in I would say the last month and a half or something like that. Might simply because Pantheon has fallen a lot in priority, but still, that guaranteed lockdown, that ability to maneuver around the map, that cross-map play is something that we highlighted we wanted to see, and these are two champions that can easily push that forward and make it really difficult for you to get something without giving something in return on the map.
Okay, I'm gonna have a slight crash, and maybe this is just me. I do not think you should be putting an ADC of the caliber of Loki Dosi on it.
I agree. I am with you. This champion is
hot
more
take.
of a facilitative character than I don't even think it's a hot take at all. Like Loki Dosi has been the tip of the spear when we look at Cupid, and has been the tip of the spear for a lot of teams that he's participated in. A lot of people have rightfully said this guy is MVP caliber. This guy is one of the best players in the Immortal League, period. And so I think putting him on a more facilitative AD carry is something that could cause issues with Cupid's arguably best player. Now, I do think that this really opens up the court for Fionveld and Quaztech to be the carries, because obviously we've seen Quaztech in game number 1. He was really effective on the Hui, but Fionbuild hasn't had a lot of opportunities to be the guy actually executing on the plays. He's more so been considered that setup. So now that we look at their picks, I do wonder what we'll be seeing in this top lane, especially in response to this Nico misfortune. You talk about the Wombo combos, and Conduit are setting up for something like that.
Yeah, and I like it. Like, Conduit going for another Wombo combo comp, love it. Love to see it. Caustic getting... I think Ahri is a Caustic champion, right? I think that's the kind of champion that Caustic would excel on. The Corki, not so much. The Ahri, something with agency, something with mobility, something that can get picks and get in the paint, right? That's Caustic's style. That's what I was seeing a lot of. So, I really... Oh, wait. Sorry. Yeah. So, I think that'll be great.
Wow. Okay.
Shantae and Shen.
Shen combined with a Pantheon, Talia is just omnipresence around the map. I mean, you've got 3 essentially global ultimates in your arsenal. This makes it really hard for Cupid to have like any kind of side lane threat to make any kind of cross map play, because 3 members can just teleport, slide, or ride a wall into the fight as they please. But honestly, looking at the Cupid comp, my biggest issue, where's the damage on this team?
Yeah.
Like,
I know Cassante is at what, 4,700 HP, like tanky assassin.
You've got a lot of frontline and a lot of sustain, but where's the damage, my friend?
I mean, okay. You get some incidental damage with the Ashe, but it's not a lot. And then if you build your Seraphine DPS, like if you put like a Leandries and like a Seraph's Embrace or something like that, like maybe you can start squeaking together some like broke teamfight damage. But the damage is so amorphous and so spread out, you're not going to have these big bursty plays. On the flip side of things, Conduit is chock full of damage. Like they are ready to go. So I think, and I don't think that that CPD's team has really the wherewithal to survive a big initial burst. And so honestly, I'm really liking Conduit, and I think they delivered very nicely, especially in the later stages of the game, with those Wombo combo compositions, those teamfight comps. And they're getting a very similar thing going on here, and they've also got the global presence to be able to keep up in the mid game as well. So I really like Conduit's draft, and I think it's a criminal sin to be putting Loki Dosi on the Ashe as well. So I don't know. They're really switching up this game. Maybe CPD have something crazy in store for us, but on paper, this is looking really nice for Conduit.
It's funny too, because I mean, you look at the draft, and technically these are 3 winning lanes if you look at it from the side of Cupid. I mean, Quaztech managed to counterpick into the Talia. We see the Shen get countered by the Cassante, who's more reliant on his abilities to deal damage rather than his auto, so the block doesn't actually have a lot of value. And I would actually say that Ashe and Seraphine, with the range advantage, should be able to garner priority here for this lane, but it's about how it all comes together that I think is really what's worrying us, Mike. Like, in the team fight, when you don't have this damage, if you don't have any of these parts accelerated, it feels really rough to play these 5v5s into a comp that is so good at setting up and so damn difficult to trade map against.
Yeah, so I think this is essentially CPD what the story that CPD is trying to tell us is like, we're not going to enter into a mid-late game on equal footing. We are going to have an advantage. I think that's what CPD is really saying. And so the Wukong needs to be extremely active in these first 10 minutes. But that's so tricky because Pantheon Talia, as soon as 6 clicks, right? As soon as it's 6, they're Avengers Assemble. Any play you're going for, right? It's just gonna get shut down. And Animosity could potentially come in and flip that, right?
Yeah.
So it's just you've drafted yourself into this corner that is just really scary. It's just a really scary place to be in if you're CPD.
And we could see, I mean, Animosity walked over and actually saw that the Grump was taken. So they know that Trakui is pathing toward the bot side. So if there is a skirmish to be had on this bot side river, Conduit at least have information that it could be happening. You could see some of those deep wards being placed by them. That ward in the Tribush, along with that ward near adjacent to the back of the red buff. Ka should be able to claim this crab. He doesn't actually have smite. Oh, he's not going to. It's going to be a fight, and he doesn't have priority, so this is actually Trakui's, technically.
Yeah, Ka has to walk away from this. There's no way that he gets this. But he is going to be able to get an angle onto Caustic. There's the stun over the wall, gets knocked back over. Flash has already been burned. Caustic is in a world of hurt.
Wow.
The spear coming through for the first blood. Mr. Frosty in a bit of trouble here with the Wukong, but he might be able to pick up the kill on the Nissan. One auto away, but it's not enough. A bridge too far. Ka looking for the final spear, and that's 2 kills going over to Conduit as they put their stamp early in this game 3.
And Ka puts his spear into the Cupid mid-jungle duo early here in game number 3. And really good stuff there from Nissan, waiting until... Oh, hang on, falling asleep, has to flash. Will get out, though, but yeah, kind of going back to that mid lane play. Nissan waiting for that shove until after Quaztech had flashed, so he guarantees that it hits and there's no way to flash away from it. It just goes back to what we said in the draft. This mid-jungle duo is so good at locking people down, and Quaztech, unfortunately, just wasn't able to escape the barrage of CC that Ka and Nissan had in their arsenal. So it's 2 kills over to the Pantheon. He's going to pick up the Tunneler. This will drastically increase his clear speed and also just make him so much more damn deadly in a lot of these skirmishes. I feel like now Ka, once he gets that level 6, he just hit level 5. So once he hits that ult, he can run around the map as he pleases and really start to accelerate some of his lanes.
So I'm a bit rusty on my bruiser build paths. What is Ka going for first here with the
he should be going Sundered Sky
and the coffee. So that's just straight Sundered Sky build path right there.
Right, Sundered Sky, Black Cleaver is... Well, actually, you know, if he goes Black Cleaver, I won't hate it, but you don't have any pure AD threats other than the Misfortune. Like, Shen has a lot of magic damage built in. Talia's obviously magic damage, and I mean, Misfortune isn't known for dealing damage with her autos. It's the abilities that really start the shred. So I feel like secondary, maybe Ka decides to go for something like a Death Stance, a little bit more defensive, but now we're seeing Conduit go offensive as they've started up the Dragon. Nissan has level 6, has that wall.
Yeah, Frosty's looking for the angle here. Caustic also level 6. Charm comes through, but it does miss. Ka looking pretty low, though, and that's a big significant portion of the damage. Frosty goes down. That's a lot of damage coming through. Flashing forward. Loki Dosi in the thick of it. Does pick up
Loki Dosi.
the Ka. Cookie going very, very low. The shield going through. Stands United. Charm comes through. Aethel going very, very low, but he does fall before the TP can come through. Loki Dosi in the thick of it. Gonna go down by an auto from Nissan. And that is a chaotic first fight. When the dust settles, where do you see the scales landing?
He doesn't see him.
I think it is just going to be a escape here, but a little bit of solid snake action coming out from Caustic, recalling in the enemy jungle here. He is going to get away, but after the dust settles, where do you feel like that landed?
Boy.
Oh, solo kill the top lane, Fjonvild! Once again getting a solo kill here in game 3. Cookie showing up just in time to get the wave, though, so damage is mitigated.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Where we landed here, Quack?
I mean, honestly, I feel like a lot of credit there over to Animosity. That Stand United keeping Cookie alive and kind of allowing him to have a few more seconds of survivability forces Loki Dosi to overstay his hand on the map in order to secure that kill. So he ends up going down. But now Animosity does get solo kill for that. So they are going to have to surrender a plate up in top and in bot. So that means a little bit of extra gold over to Fjonvild and Loki Dosi respectively, as well as the Dragon. All of the swaps going on and the fact that Cupid are just up in tempo slightly off of that play means that they will actually be the ones getting that objective. So overall, really good stuff there from Cupid. Now I think another really underrated added bonus is if you decide to actually fight for these grubs, there won't be a Stand United to be able to get in your way. But obviously because Cupid decided not to opt in for the lane swap and thereby have a numbers disadvantage on the top side, it'll probably just be a trade of these objectives, which still isn't bad for Cupid, all things considered.
Yeah, I prefer this. Like, this is something that we were talking about both in game 1 and you were talking about right after game 2. They're actually trading objectives now. Like, they're not just fighting every single thing. And even though, like, Conduit, like, you might be tempted to go for the Dragon, right? Because you're like, oh, we're stronger, we can just fight them, right? But I like this. You just do the lane swap, secure your grubs on the top side. Don't worry about Animosity. Animosity, that's a lot of poke you're taking there, friend. Be very, very careful.
Yeah, he's about to get dove. I mean, look at Trikui.
Oh yeah, Frosty's there. He's ready to go, but he does pick up the kill off camera. Special. Boom! Frosty snipes him. But yeah, I didn't even see Frosty sneaking up through there. Good ops from Quacks there. I didn't see him sneaking up.
Trikui gonna get himself a kill off of that. You can see that Cuz actually looking for some camps on the cross map, but Bjornvild is in the area, has the all-out, so could very easily tell this guy that he's not going to yield.
And damage coming through, Cuz going into a lot. That's the, oh my goodness. That's, I lost my breath there for a second. So much damage coming.
Oh wait, what?
But we should expect at this point. Wow, a crazy dive coming through for Fallen. Fallen trying to put up a valiant effort here. Is going to be able to stay alive. I don't think they're going to press this issue any further.
No, it doesn't look like it. So
but getting killed on the invade, Ka just going a little too deep, finds Fionveld, and Fionveld is not playing around this series. I really like the solo play from Fionveld this game. He's been absolutely popping up.
Yeah, no, Fionveld on the Cassante. I mean, we talked about the draft and how little the damage profile impressed us. I think now that we have kind of let the first 10 minutes subside, we can kind of change our minds here, because we do see the Ashe obviously having that Hearthbound Axe, having that kill, as well as a handful of assists. So there's actually a lot of gold in Lokidosi's pocket, and then Fionveld with the 2 kills. So both of the carries of this comp, so to speak, are in a really solid spot. They can also, act as setup. Obviously, you've got the cross-map arrow from the Ashe, and then you've got all the CC from the Cassante that Fionveld is rightfully displaying onto Animosity, who's just taking a beating in the laning phase. My man ulted to keep his AD carry alive and has not recovered since.
Yeah, that's brutal. I mean, he's only gone down about 10 CS, so it's not brutal in that respect, but 1,000 gold from the 2 kills, that's the real kicker right now. So yeah, Fionveld looking really, really great right now. I want to pull some attention to the build path here from Caustic. Is Faded Ashes a normal first item? I thought you rushed Malignance, or am I operating on some old tech? Oh,
hang on.
Never mind. Let me shut up. This Pop Blossom in the bot lane. Lokidosi goes down. Aethel is going to be short to follow. Mr. Frosty just a little bit too late, arrives just in time to watch his bot lane get absolutely slaughtered. I think that was a lane gank by Ka. Oh no, that's Grand Starfall. So it's Pop Blossom into the ulti in to pick up the kills. Nice stuff here from Conduit. They're pushing their advantages, but the gold lead remains relatively static here. Fionveld making up the differential in the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, Bjornvild, a lot of that gold rests in the difference in the top laners, having those 2 kills, and then around a 20 CS gold lead, or CS lead, rather, is doing a lot of that heavy lifting and keeping Cupid in relative proximity to Conduit. But I really feel like Ka is starting to be a dangerous threat here. Obviously got his first item some time ago, working on his second one, but also picking up those Merc Treads. That's going to be really valuable against this team, not only because of the innate magic damage that you'll be blocking from sources like Quaztech, but all of this CC that this Cupid squad has, that tenacity is really helping you sustain yourself in these fights. So it's going to be very difficult to take him down, but that's got to be priority target number 1 for Conduit. But how are you going to be able to find that, one shot onto a guy who's probably one of the tankiest on his team, who's also the most fed? He's not going to put himself in a position to get one shot, but you need to be finding these angles onto him.
Yeah, I think the ship is either sailed or is very quickly sailing away of being able to put Fionveld down. I think that's just a tanky Cassante you're going to be dealing with for the rest of the game, more or less. Ka is and I like this from Ka. Don't try to deal with their strongest member. Go where they're weaker. Go where you can get advantages. Prey on their squishy bot lane. I like that call, Ka. He's spending a lot of time bot lane. He's keeping Lokidosi from going too crazy. He's pressuring their star player here on the ADC. And I like the call. This dragon is getting ripped pretty early here. There are
Stand United is up.
Stand United is here.
Fionveld's in the back.
He's looking like he wants to make it happen. Dashing forward. Pop Blossom.
Oh, fun!
The bullet time. But it just gets the charm. There's the charm coming through. All right. Back line, Mr. Frosty on Cookie in the back line. Cookie picks up 1, fighting with Caustic 1v1. Lokidosi on the run for his life. Oh, but 2 go down. It's a double kill there on for Cookie, picking up Caustic, who's diving him. Nissan chasing Loki Doki to the ends of the
got him!
It's the shove, the seismic shove. The damage comes through, forces out the flash. There's another Unraveled Earth just to pick up the kill. Is that Unraveled Earth? I don't even remember the names anymore. Ka picks up the dragon, and that's 4 kills going over to Khan as they continue to press forward in this game. What a psychopathic fight there.
Yeah.
Cookie being left alone in the backline actually ends up picking a double kill as 2 assassins are trying to just take him out. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Cookie really well done on the back line, but also falling asleep on the Nico with a huge Pop Blossom, and then the fact that Ka is just unkillable in this game. We talked about the Merc Tread's value, we talked about the Sundered Sky survivability, and this guy is just so damn tanky. Fionbuild with a TP into the back line. All of the initial engage thrown out here by Cupid goes awry, and then it's Animosity. He ults in, he buys the space. Ka is able to free hit, and it just felt like the opening to this fight, Cupid tried to be the ones engaging onto it, but they just weren't able to do so. And then obviously Cookie in the 1v2 gets the double kill. Nissan clipping on the shove, 1 pixel, meaning the difference between life and death for Loki Dosi. Massive respect there to Animosity, though. That taunt, that engage on the Shen, really opening up Ka to just go absolutely wild.
Yeah, the setup was just huge there, and the Pop Blossom so clean. I mean, that was just like a pretty nice fight there. I think it could have been like, you could have gotten a little bit, maybe like a little bit juicier, right? But and for all intents and purposes, that was pretty freaking clean. And also, like, looking at the chase from Nissan onto Loki Dosi, it tells us a lot about Loki Dosi's like character, right? He has flash up, but he doesn't spend it because he's like, I trust that I'm like that pixel off. But just barely getting.
But Riot doesn't.
Right.
Riot apparently does not trust that you are that pixel off, and I mean that seems to be the thing that matters, as we can see Conduit on top of the dragon do manage to snag up the Herald, so they should be able to use this when this third Drake comes up in a little less than 3 minutes time. We've talked often about the conversion that Herald is able to buy a lot of teams that secure it, but that's not the only thing they can do. All 3 of those outers are still available, and you can see on your minimap, they're pretty damn low. I think if Herald were to charge into one of them, it would mean a kill. Speaking of kill...
Ooh, top lane Ka gets the stun, but the charm is going to come through, and the ulti is going to be more than enough to keep Caustic healthy and alive. But that ulti does get expended there. Won't be used for the potential Herald fight coming up here, or for the potential Herald defense, I should say. And that's going to be first tower going over.
Let's see what he does now.
Looking great. Conduit's looking great.
Oh, I love this. I love this. All right, let's see. Does he... All right, I don't think it reaches the mid tower, but it's gonna look cool. Oh,
hits the wall. I think he might have been able to make it.
Maybe.
Smites it away.
I think if he wanted to make it, he had to go around the tri-bush.
Oh, that's such a crazy drift.
To go under the tri-bush, but that's just absolutely insane. You shouldn't be playing League of Legends. You should be like an Uber executive.
NASCAR, right?
Yeah.
At that point. Siege is coming out mid. Nothing too crazy here, though. Just going to get a good bit of damage down as the defense is mounted, but Nissan gets some quality time here in the bot lane. Are they going to get both side lane towers here? I think Fionbuild arrives just
look at the teleport.
The arrow coming through as well. They don't want to let Nissan get away with this scot-free.
He ult away.
Forward, dashes in. There's the ulti from Animosity to
get the
wow. 3 engages. The target to come through onto Fionbuild. Fionbuild in a lot of trouble, taking so much damage here from the empowered Qs of Animosity. Tank shredding. Dashes away. Charm is going to buy some distance. Animosity and Nissan both going very low. Fionbuild getting out. And
Aethel!
The barb! Aethel flashes out to stay alive, does get at the Pop Blossom, but it's chaos here. Fight after fight after fight, getting the picks of the reinforcements coming in as everyone's just going to town. Mr. Frosty trying to find something in this top lane, but Ka is going to be there to stop it.
Yeah, Ka should be able to save his topside tower, and honestly, you were talking about the empowered autos from the Shen dealing a lot of damage. It was also the Titanic Hydra. Animosity, he's a tank, he's a fight starter, but this man can also do a lot of damage in the upfront burst department with that item in inventory. So it means that a lot of these backliners have to be really mindful of their spacing. Even some of these frontliners, as Fionveld took a ton of damage from that exchange, like you said, Might. And now we're going to have to put that all to the test. Stand United was used. Pop Blossom is also still on cooldown. So some key ultimates for Conduit going into this fight, not going to be readily available. Let's see if they are still willing to go for this dragon. This would be second for both teams. So it is tradable, honestly. But if there's anything we know about these teams, they just love to scrap.
Oh, absolutely. And both are postured right here in this bush. But I'm giving the initial fight advantage to CPD. They have a much better position. There's the charm. Getting picked out on Animosity, taking a lot of damage. Fionveld seeing his opportunity, going for
Fionveld,
the charm.
He's just gone!
Only gonna pick up 2, but Fionveld has already evaporated. Ka looking forward. They want to keep pushing this, but the CC comes out a little too late. The charm from the Seraphine just was not as instrumental as it needed to be to flip that fight around. Fionveld throws himself on the altar.
Oh, Titanic proc. What? The Titanic proc?
Animosity looking for it. Mr. Frosty gonna pick him up now, and that's gonna be a kill. Caustic with 3 charges.
They gotta go back. It's a 4v4.
They gotta make something happen here. There's a Pop Blossom flash forward, but it is gonna get flashed out. Loki Dosi doesn't get spacing. Cleanse out of Cookie. Cookie looking for damage. Loki Dosi versus Cookie 1v1, but Cookie turning his attention now onto Mr. Frost in the backline. Call looking forward. Bullet time comes out, taking Loki very, very low, and there's the ulti from the Talia looking forward, but she gets punished instantaneously. Fionveld respawns back in the fight, looking for the damage. There it is. Cookie gets blasted along, gets 2 kills. He's flipping the fight. Can he make it happen? Cookie with the damage in the backside.
No way.
Cautiously looking forward. Can the charm? Ka's gonna go down. Fionveld's looking for the fight. Can he dash forward? Cookie fighting for his life. He wants to make another 1v2 happen, but he gets hit by a charm. That's going to put a stop to it. Healing so much up from that Bloodthirster right now, clearing out the mid wave, and that's going to be the end of the extended Dragon fight. But Dragon and Otacon are still both up, Cax. What are we going to do about this?
And honestly, I slightly meme when I say this, but it's both top laners semi-sabotaging their teams in that exchange. I mean, Animosity, he hits the honey fruit in order to get healing up for the dragon, but the AoE from the Titanic cancels the recall from Quaztech. He walks around, gets one shot, opens up Cupid to enter into the fight, and then a little bit later, Fionveld TPs in, shoves the Pantheon toward his teammates, and gets them both killed. It's not intentional sabotage, but it's damn funny that they both caused this fight to be so much more chaotic than it had any right being. Conduit get the second dragon of the game, and Cupid, not without their own reward, pick up plenty of kills, and you can see Quaztech is on that top side.
But look at the gold though, Max.
Okay, wait,
paper thin margins.
Please,
okay, we get to see the fight one more time. Fionveld goes in. I mean, this is such a long fight. Break it down for me, Quax.
So, I don't even know if we're going to be able to show the entire thing, but yeah, Fionveld realizing that he's not that guy, gets one shot, and then look at this. Okay, so I think we're going to be seeing it here. So it's a 4v5 now, right? Play is over. Dragon's secured. The reset's coming through, and then he cancels it. We can't see it because of the live cam, but he cancels it with the Titanic. Animosity walks up too far. He's dead. Oh, wait, we can actually fight this. We can collapse onto this. And then, yeah, we get the fight started here on the top side. People are killing people, and all of a sudden, they really are alive!
Gets stolen by Ka. Ka takes the Otacon, and a fight is going through. He dies for it, but he does get the Otacon secured. Who else dies there? Animosity dies somehow during the madness that is happening on the Rift right now, and I think, yeah, that's Otacon going over. Ka does secure it for Conduit. I mean, this is such a chaotic game. I mean, what a great series. What a great show these guys are putting on. I think both teams were finding their footing in these first 2 games, and now in game 3, it's all out brawl fest, and I just love every moment of it. But I think I prefer Conduit's position here. What do you think? What are we looking at?
Yeah.
How are we moving forward? Now that we have a lull, can you break this down for us? What are we looking at? What's the future looking like for this game?
Honestly, I think now it's just about needing to trade some of those mid towers. We are going to go back to live. Okay, so how did this happen? Does he just ult in and steal it? He just Q smites it. Oh, it was
99
49.
HP.
49.
49? Oh my god.
49 is the difference.
Wow.
Ka secures the objective. This game, so chaotic, but I mean, I feel like for the side of Cupid, I definitely agree with you. I think Conduit are in a slightly more advantageous position than their opposition as Cookie. That's not how the cookie crumbles. He, in fact, does not crumble. Manages to survive.
Gives me a heart attack.
Okay, he did have cleanse. He did have cleanse. So even if he got hit,
so he would've
might
been
have
fine.
might have been able to live. Yeah, but
Would have been a little
now,
annoying,
but now I feel like the big thing for Cupid is really just attempting to get Thionville into a tankier position. We saw how difficult it was for him to actually sustain a lot of the burst damage from Conduit in that fight. He got one-tapped. There was no difference between him and like a 6 ruby crystals or 6 mana crystal Yumi walking in. They were all the same. So now it's just about giving him more items. Let this Cassante side lane, make him tankier, give him some more gold, and make it so that the very burst heavy nature of this Conduit combo can't just immediately take Thionville out of the fight. Because if he gets taken out, he's essentially your only reliable front line. It's going to be Mista Frosty going into the backline. He's not going to be protecting his Ashe and his Seraphine. You need someone who is capable of providing that peel. And so far, it doesn't feel like either the Cassante or the Wukong are able to do so, both for different reasons.
Yeah, but they've got such a Conduit has such a well-rounded comp, right? The Pop Blast buying so much space. Ka and Animosity being a menace on the front line, while Rocks are just being blasted on through Nissan. Cookie generally has a pretty decent time as long as he positions properly. He's able to get off full channel bullet times. He's not feeling a whole bunch of pressure. But there's always the looming threat of this Wukong, of this Ahri, potentially dashing in. So I see the vision here with CPD's comp, but the threshold of execution I think is just a little bit higher. If they can make it happen though, it can be deadly.
For sure. And now that we've talked about the insanity happening in the last few minutes, for a few minutes, Conduit and Cupid going to be vying for the next dragon here. Now, this would be soul point for Conduit. Infernal Drake on this comp, I think, like we talked about, this is a very front-loaded damage profile here for Conduit, so having that extra little bit of burst from the Infernal Soul, probably the most valuable thing on maybe behind like a Cloud Dragon, simply because of how lucrative it would make your game to be able to move around. Right, yeah, Nico. Yeah. And everyone else, frankly. But I would say Infernal Soul definitely a close second. That just means that the onus is on Cupid to really set up around this dragon. And you could see they're first toward the river, and this is what we saw in the last fight. But the difference is it going to be the Cassante getting one shot, or who is going to be, getting immediately bursted down? Keep in mind that Stand United is up.
Oh, there's the charm and the arrow coming through. Immediate chaos breaks out in the backline, Mr. Frosty, but he's going to get bursted down. GA is going to get him back up. Cole looking very, very low in the front line. He is going to go. Doki picking up Animosity. They're going to trade out Mr. Frosty. Bullet time coming through, doing a lot of damage on the Aethel. Clone takes a lot of damage, tanking for sleep. But it looks like it's just going to be a 1-for-1 here. Both junglers going down, which means this dragon would be smiteless. I don't know if... Well, it looks like
I don't know about
gonna rip it. But Animosity TPing in, gonna look for the bot side. I think they are gonna get the dragon, but they might have to contend with an angry Conduit line ready to potentially fight on this. They're all fully stacked out, walking out together. Unstoppable is gonna get him out. Nissan looking for the pick though. Fionville walking out. Charm is gonna land to potentially get him out, but he's taking so many slows. Root does not land. He just barely squeaks his way out. Cost having to flash. Cookie flashing forward, looking super aggressive on this misfortune. And I think at the end of the day, it's just gonna be a 1-for-1 dragon going over to CPD.
Yeah, I mean, CPD being able to exfiltrate from that fight really nicely, as well as Arrow. Not going to be able to find anyone. It just flies off the map. Goodbye, Arrow. Go hit some children in the chimney, as it is going to just be a really good heist there, frankly, from Cupid. I mean, they get themselves the dragon. The peel there from Aethel and Quaztech and Lokidosi, frankly, is enough to, get Fionville to safety. Get him out of that conundrum that he was in, and now it's 2 dragons apiece. We're 30 minutes into the game, and it's extremely close, as we are going to get one more replay of how this fight happened, Might.
Yeah, Charm coming out initially. I would have liked to see the Seraphine ulti just a little bit sooner. Maybe stack that onto Cud, just take him out really quickly in that fight. But Mr. Frosty dives into the back line. There's the Redemption coming through to try and top people off. It does get Caustic up. But at the end of the day, it's just both junglers frontlining for their teams. Both of them are going to go down. And I think critically there, Frosty loses his GA.
Right.
That's pretty important, right? He invests a lot of gold into that and then loses it in that fight. Now, it does get his team a dragon, right? So it's kind of worse.
Right.
It gets this next fight, he can't
It gets
be
his team a
as crazy.
dragon, but it's only the second one, right? Like when you think of important fights, I don't think second Drake is in the top 5, certainly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, not having that GA for future battles to come is going to mean that Conduit could look to burst down that Wukong like they did initially in that last fight, and they actually kill him, right? I think that the GA was the difference maker here simply because after Mr. Frosty gets picked off, he doesn't immediately die. This allows them to switch focus onto Ka, and then they take him down, and he actually goes down. So that isn't going to be a luxury they have from here on out unless, of course, they wait until it's off of cooldown, which is a possibility and something I think Conduit are going to look to try and exploit, try to force some of these fights down, knowing that that safety net of the GA is gone and they can actually look for some of these kills.
Yeah, and critically in some of these fights, I think that CPD could be doing a better job of layering their CC and front loading, right? Like you said, these are front loaded fights for both of these teams. More so for Khan, but if you can start breaking the puzzle piece apart of the wombo combo initially, early on in the fight, you know, at the moment that we land our charm or we land our stun, we have the follow-up Seraphine ulti immediately afterwards, then we're looking at disrupting their wombo combo plan. They're going to be scattered. They're not going to be able to front load that damage. So I think that's pretty critical. That's one thing that I would like to see a little bit more from CPD in subsequent fights. And if they can pull that off, it's going to be a little bit easier to navigate these already chaotic, like just absolutely insane fights. But it makes for great watching, so hey.
It does. Oh yeah, no, this is absolute cinema. I'm throwing my hands up absolutely as we do seem like we're gonna be getting a sequel to the cinema in about 90 seconds or so, a little bit less than that, as the dragon going to be coming up here now. It is still Soul Point, but now for both of these squads, the crucial thing, the difference between the last dragon and this dragon, though, is the fact that there is a Baron on the other side, so there is possibility for a trade. Both teams actually, I think, burst down Baron relatively quickly, so both squads have to be very careful about the opposite side of the map when setting up Conduit. Are first to the bot lane, but you can see how little vision they actually have around this top side. If Cupid say, hey, we actually don't think we can contest for this Drake, let's just go for the Baron, I feel like there is certainly an angle where they can do that, but they have to contend with those 3 global ultimates. We haven't mentioned it much this game. We did say it in the draft, but the Grand Starfall, the Weaver's Wall, and the Stand United all make it really difficult for you to trade these objectives. Yeah,
but now if you can get the perfect timing to where it's only 3 landing on you, and it's like a 3v5, you can force that awkward timing, then there's something there. Caustic ulting forward, looking for a pick. Arrow's gonna go a little bit wide. That's 2 ultis expended here in the mid lane looking for a pick. Charm is going to land, though, onto Cookie. Cookie is just going to cleanse that out, though. But that cleanse is no longer available for the next fight. But neither is Ash Arrow or Ari ulti as well. Spirit Rush, I believe. So that's that's something just to pay attention to as we're looking at this next fight.
The dragon has been started up, but
Dragon's
it's solely being claimed here by Ka. Fionville is
getting started on the other side.
Chicken. Yeah, he can't ult. He's getting chased around by Cassante.
Oh, he cannot enter this fight. They are burning this Baron. I don't think that we can't quite see the HP bar, but Animosity jumps in on Aethel. Baron
okay, they got Baron.
Go down. CPD picks up the Baron. Mr. Frosty with the GA backup. But he's gonna get picked back up. Ka ultis in, and that's gonna be all she wrote. I think Ka has more than enough damage to carry up this fight, but Caustic looking in the back line does pick up Cookie with no cleanse. He is free pickings, and trying to save the Baron now is Mr. Frosty on the run for his life. Does manage to dodge that out. Nice fancy footwork. Weaver's Wall is going to come over, and I think that is going to be the end. All she wrote there for Mr. Frosty. He is going to go down eventually. Nissan picking him up. Are any Barons secure? Did Caustic make it out?
I mean,
he did, and that is the only Baron.
Quaztec is the only survivor of that exchange, and Cupid, frankly, I think it was a decent trade, right? I mean, you look for the Baron. They did exactly what we said. It was a 3v5, or more specifically a 4v5. Ko wasn't able to join into the fight, and he is just, you know, better late than never. Manages to come in, swoops up, and claims a couple of kills. Now, we'll be able to pick up the Baron, so that'll be Soul Point, and Cupid, with only one Baron belonging to their mid laner, absolutely win that trade, I would say. We are going to go back to the replay, so they actually made it really hard for them to walk into this fight. I mean, Ethel dodges a lot of the skills, and then Animosity just kind of has to say YOLO, goes in. It does sacrifice his life for it, but opens up an opportunity for this re-engage.
Oh, what a blossom.
And Ka delivers. So really good stuff from the support and jungle here of Conduit to re-engage the fight and get a couple more kills. As now we're back live!
Oh, what the bullet time, but the ulti does come over from the Seraphine, stopping it, but it's already the fight is lost as two members go down, Loki and Aethel both dying. Finval diving in the backline, Caustic trying to keep his Baron alive. Shouldn't provide an opportunity here, but now it is a desperate defense here in the mid lane. As 5 members of Conduit bearing down. These Pop Blossoms from Asleep have been absolutely game-defining this set.
Absolutely, especially the last few ones. I mean, Fallen Asleep on the Nico. This champion has a really low win rate, I believe, in leagues around this elo, but Fallen Asleep is just making it look easy, as now they're not content with the Baron. They're going for the game. Quastic has the flash, and Mr. Frosty, he's alone!
Oh, one Nexus turret going very, very low, but the minion wave is a Nexus open, exposed Nexus going down, 2 going down. There's no one left to defend. Loki Dozy running in, but it's far too little, too late. Conduit take game 3.
And Conduit showing everyone that Legacy Amber, the upset against them in the top 8, it wasn't out of the ordinary. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a one-off. That is what we should consider the norm, as this team bulldozes their way to victory in the later stages of game number 3 and set themselves up for series point. One more win and they will have a date in the grand finals in the top 2. They won't get a World's Anthem, they won't get skins if they win, but the pride is on the line. And that is more than enough. A beautiful game by both teams, but Conduit just barely slipping in the win there. Yeah, that was a very, very cinema experience, if I do say so myself. My hands are up. Absolute cinema.
What a crazy ending to that game. That's not how I expected it to end. I think what happened there was CPD were going for that mid lane tower. They had Caustic there. They wanted to push it down. The Pop Blossom comes through, and the bullet time. Now, the bullet time does get canceled early, but it's too late. Already, Loki Dozy and Aethel are just gone, evaporated. So much damage disappears, and then it's just the end of the game from that point. To Conduit. I mean, they had a rough showing game 1, but these past 2 games, what a resurgence. They find their footing. They say, we know our identity now. It is Wombo Combo. Like, that is what they're playing, and they're playing it to a T. It looks so good. Now, that's not to say that CPD are out of this. By no means are CPD out of this. They've been playing great neck-and-neck games every step of the way. Just the execution. If they can just tighten it up a little bit, get slightly more coordinated on those initial engages, I think we're going to game 5.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if a game 5 is on the horizon. I do think that Conduit had a good game, but Cupid have been behind them, basically. Every single opportunity they have been given to get a lead, they have essentially taken all of them. So it's been a very back and forth series, and frankly, I'm excited to see where we go in game number 4, but we're going to have to wait a little bit, take a break between those games, so don't go anywhere. We have got potentially the last game of the series on our hands, folks, ladies and gentlemen. So we will see you all on the other side. Couple minutes.
like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh 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 crazy oh 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 crazy crazy oh oh crazy oh 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy do 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 crazy crazy do do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh do do like do 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 like do 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 crazy oh
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the stream. Thank you for bearing with us through the break between the games. And still, it is Cupid Esports versus Conduit. Conduit maybe on track to complete the reverse gentleman's sweep here, as they are one win away from taking the series and punching their ticket to the grand finals. I am Quack, still joined with me is Might. And Might, honestly, we were talking between the breaks. We think this is going to go to a game number 5. How do you think Cupid can make that happen? Or what do you think are the things they need to do in order to, get them to that game 5?
Well, the first thing that I'm saying here is I believe we're going to have Chikui back instead of Mr. Frosty. So
yes,
that's going to change up things a little bit. So it's going to look a little more like the game 1 roster, where I believe CPD took that one pretty handy fashion. So maybe that's the little edge or the X factor that they need. On the flip side of things, if they can in pick ban disrupt the Wombo combo, also I think Con might be running out of Wombo combo options because of the Fearless draft. So they might have to start switching things up. If CPD can get just a solid skirmish, I think all they need is a solid skirmish, or don't put your star ADC on an Ashe. Put him on something that can carry. I think that was probably one of the biggest drafting mistakes that we saw in the previous game. But if we can see Loki Dosi on something like a Jinx, something like a Unard, something that you've constantly been talking about, I think that would be huge. Just something with agency, something with power, something that could dominate a team fight. I think they're playing these team fights well enough to where that little bit might be what he.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I think for the side of Cupid, like another thing that you were talking about is on top of like Loki Dosi needing to get a carry, I also think that Cupid just kind of need to go back to their roots, right? At the start of this stream, at the start of this series, we were saying, oh, they want a dragon fight. Oh, they want a grub fight. Like these are two things that allowed them to really take over those phases of the game. That dragon fight in game number 1, literally they got the ball from that one play and they never dropped it. They delivered a slam dunk. In game number 2, they did drop it. But we've seen how effective this team is at stretching out leads they are given when they actually win these fights. And so I do think that you need to be drafting champions who, when they do get ahead, when they do find these gold advantages, they're more consequential than usual. And I think the biggest avenue into there, the biggest lane that I'm looking at is Loki Dosi, of course, but also Quaztech. Quaztech was the secondary, win condition, the secondary carry on that Hui in game number 1. And I feel like in games 2 and 3, we've seen him have moments, we've seen him have pop-offs, but he has been severely limited because Conduit have constantly kept him on a leash.
Yeah, I think throw him on a Victor. Put him on a team fight mage, let him go to town. He did so great on the Hui. I mean, that performance, I think you just want to see something similar to that again. That's not to say that the Ahri was bad. I didn't think the Ahri was bad. I really like the Ahri. I think the Corki might have been a little bit out of his comfort zone. So I'm really hoping to see like what you were saying, something like a Victor, just a team fight. Put him on a team fight mage. Play standard team fight. If Cupid just plays standard
Victor,
team fight,
Azir, like something with AoE seems to be what you're alluding to, that can really turn the tide of a fight when they can hit those combos and if they are given the items and agency to do so. And they must be listening in on the stream because out of the gate, Conduit steal away Cupid's possibility of getting the Victor by taking it for themselves. And now Cupid likely going to respond with a mid laner of their own later down the line. They don't have to immediately, but probably you're going to try and do it in the first 3 picks so those counters aren't banned away, but they're going to snag up the Orange. So already it seems like they're setting up for that late game. And I was going to say pair it up with an AD carry, give Loki Dosi that Unara or that Jinx. And those are champions that love to be there along with the ornaments, but instead going to go for the Diana. So a little bit more unorthodox here for the jungle pick. I feel like we don't see this champion nearly as much as you would expect with how popular Diana is in the role, but this just seems like both teams setting up heavily for the late game.
Yeah, and I mean, I like the Ornn conceptually for what we were talking about for CPD, for like a team comp. As a R1, I think is very ambitious because you're just opening yourself up to that win right there. And it's brutal. But there's the Jinx. I like the comp, but I think you might have played your hand a little too early because I think now Conduit are going to have a chance to respond. That Gwen is already making your game plan
I feel like they might have
on the top lane.
I actually feel like if you can switch it around a little bit and say they might have played their hand too late, because look at the champions fearless away on the bottom of your screen. A lot of these are great pairings with the Jinx. No Rakan, no Nautilus, no Seraphine, no Nico, no Leona, and now the Lulu is gonna get taken away. Braum is gone as well. So a lot of supports that are, you know, your traditional Jinx pairings are no longer available. The most apparent one that I can think of is like a Thresh if you want to be looking for picks, which wouldn't inherently be bad, but you look on the other side, you've got things to deal with like the Hallowed Mist, and some of these champions you really don't want to be hooking. So I do think that it does create a bit of a difficult situation, particularly for Ethel, where you want to pair up with this Jinx, but not a lot of the good ones are still around, as the Malzahar going to be the option here for Quaztech, just further indenting into wanting to feed those gold coins into your jungle and your AD carry.
The Twitch pickup is very spicy.
I like that. There's Rel. That's your last good pairing with Jinx, by the way. What are you gonna go here that can round out this comp? I feel like there just aren't a lot of solid options left. Like, you could go Thresh to deny the Flay. Alistar is going to be the answer. So it provides you with disengage and spacing for the Jinx, but this isn't really a great pairing for Jinx. Like, obviously it's still good. It's a great support for being able to get this Rel and this Sejuani off your backline, but it doesn't do a lot for Loki Dosi to get going in the laning phase. And I feel like you're really going to have to be looking at those first 14 minutes as Cupid if you want to start, securing this game for yourself, because on the other side, Conduit, they're more than happy to scale. They're more than willing to say, you know what, you want to play a cordial laning phase? Okay, we can farm for 20 minutes, and then you'll have to deal with a 2 to 3 item Gwen, a 2 to 3 item Victor, and a 2 to 3 item Twitch.
Yeah. They're matching the scaling perfectly, because you think like Ornn, Jinx, oh, those are great, but then you've got Victor, you've got Twitch, you've got Gwen to worry about, and those are such big problems, right? So I do think the draft here is favoring Conduit just a little bit. They said, okay, you want to play teamfight? Well, we'll play teamfight as well, but we'll have a Gwen to deal with the top lane to get a lead there. So now the question becomes, how are CPD going to negate this Gwen and utilize this Malzahar? Because Malzahar is kind of the wild card pick. He doesn't slot into the teamfight comp as like a normal pick would. He's like you said, he's more of a pick comp, like choice, right? He's going to be looking to get Diana kills, setting her up for like really free, easy ganks. And if you get a massive Diana, well then yeah, the game becomes like very hard to play. But you got to get to that point. It's still difficult to execute. It's not cut and dry. Like, I think Conduit's comp is very cut and dry, as Animosity and Fionn stare at each other here.
And I think another really big underrated aspect of this game, more so for Conduit than for Cupid, because I think it's obvious on Cupid, is the resets, right? Because especially in the team fights, obviously Loki Dosi is going to be having the get exciteds on the Jinx, but then Nissan is going to be having the Arcane Storm. So that is going to be getting bigger. The AoE is going to be laid down and make it that much more difficult for the backline to actually space in a lot of these fights. So I think really what we're looking at for a lot of these later game team fights, I know we're saying it a little bit early as we are only 2 minutes into the game, is just that single target focus, right? And Malzahar can really help out with that, and Sejuani is kind of going to have to be that, pick and choose this character to go on and get those resets. So I'm really looking at these conduits, pun intended, to get their respective carries going, but it has to be in the early game. So I want to see a lot of action here from Ka, and I want to see a good amount of protection for Quaztech.
And also, like, speaking of resets, the Victor ulti is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, but also the Twitch stealth resets. He's going to be able to stealth multiple times in these fights.
It's going to be hard to hit.
They can make it happen. So yeah, they're not the only ones with the reset with the Jinx. So it's really going to be the first kill is going to determine so much of these fights, I think, and seeing how it goes on. And both of these teams have pick tools. Like the Alistar can definitely make something happen. The Diana, the Malzahar can get in there, make the first kill happen, and then go from there. Sejuani as well. So both these teams have the tools to do what they need to do. It's just going to come down to execution. Although I still think that in terms of execution, which is the easier comp to execute, I'm giving the edge to Conduit.
I think that is a really underrated value, right? And it's something we talk about often here on the Immortal League that I'm glad you brought up. Ease of execution is a really important aspect, especially once you get later down into a lot of these best of fives where some of the easier champions might be locked away from Fearless, right? They become less and less apparent and less common. So Conduit being able to find those champions here in game number 4 is really valuable to get the ball rolling a lot quicker and a lot easier than the things that Cupid have, which I definitely agree with you. I think getting the gold funneled onto this Jinx in the early phases of this game is going to be a super difficult task, with your only reliable CC from the bot lane and the jungle being an Alistar knock-up headbutt that you can mess up, by the way.
Yeah. And also, another thing to think about is when you start getting deep in a best of 5, fatigue is a real thing. Like psychological fatigue, physical fatigue. Anyone who's played a BO5 knows that it gets dicey in those last 2 games. You're not really fully thinking straight. You're not fresh. You're frazzled. The stress is on the line, and it only ratchets up the tension as you get deeper and deeper into the set. So throwing more threshold of execution, mechanically like difficult plays, or the team that has to achieve a higher threshold of execution, that gets more and more difficult the deeper you get into the set. So ease of execution actually becomes a greater asset. It becomes, the stonks on it get higher as you get
the longer the
deeper
series go.
Exactly.
Right, absolutely. And you could see now, kind of panning back toward the junglers, a lot of vision is being gained here by Conduit, as both top laners sitting at very low HP, both of whom having flash, but Animosity not wanting to look for that trade. They know exactly where Chakui was pathing. They spotted him on that Tribush, they spotted him on the Raptors, so they're tracking this Diana really, really well. And you could look at the bot lane play where Diana's gonna, or the bot lane wave where Diana is inevitably gonna end up, and there really isn't the gank opportunity for her. So this Jinx is gonna continue to go for these resets. It's gonna continue to not really have a very explosive early game, and that's something that is much needed. So I think that Conduit, like we said, more than content with the scaling, more than willing to just kind of play the long game. And because of that, Cupid maybe going to try and shift it in their favor. I like this when you've got the priority, just straight up going for a dragon. And because we're only 5.5 minutes into the game, it means that Conduit can't trade on the top side. Maybe though, can try to look for some play on the solo lanes, as he is done with his second full clear.
And just done in complete darkness, snatching this one up, utilizing priority well. Well done from Chakui. I mean, I think both of these junglers have had their moments of just like capitalizing on prio and vision to sneak or yoink these initial dragons. They don't waste any time. The first dragon, as soon as it's on spawn, both of them consider it free, free game, if I can get it right. There's the ulti already, and this is exactly what we were talking about. It's gonna come through the burn, the shield. Is that not quite enough? And the Malefic Vision's going to pick up the first blood there for Caustic. That's exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Quaztech sets him up, Chakui knocks him down. Ka now going to be able to pick up the wave because Nissan had to use his teleport earlier, just walking up a little too far and wasn't able to flash that shield, almost saving him from the Malefic Visions, like you said. And now Cookie may be in trouble.
Here in the bot lane, Cookie running for his life. Aethel getting in, but the exhaust is going to get burned. Poison is ticking, but they are just going to call it right there. A bloody little trade there for a second. And, there's something that I've noticed about these two teams. They can be kind of chill for a little bit, but as soon as one kill happens on the map, everybody just wants to start fighting, like instantaneously. It's like blood in the water, which is great. It makes for great watching, by the way, great viewing. So I'm here for it. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And now Quaztech going to be sitting on that kill. You can see he already has the Lost Chapter along with the Dark Seal, so we'll be able to get that little bit more AP compared to the Victor. This will just allow him to wave clear a little bit more. And once Quaztech has the Malefic Visions back up, I really want to see him connect with Chakui and try to hunt for some of these kills in the enemy jungle. When you have priority, when you have that lockdown tool, I think it's really important that you try to accelerate the pace of this game, get this Diana into a position where she can really start to get fed on the map. Or you can roam toward the bot lane. I really just want to see Quaztech with, getting closer and closer to that first item. You're going to be clearing these waves really fast. You got to be doing something with that priority as Malzahar.
Yeah, it's almost like if he can reach that critical threshold, I think like that first item, and then I think it's like 3 ranks in E or 4 ranks in E. I think it's
right.
I'm not a mid laner, I don't know. When you can like it unlocks your Malzahar to start roaming the map. So it's like it's not just an item; it's actually like a game defining, like game flow changing. And yeah, I think that's a really critical breakpoint. But Grubs are going to go over here. I think it's going to go completely uncontested.
Trikui is here, though, and Cookie has no mana, so he can't go invisible.
He's got the angle. Is Sleep going to be able to get his ADC out? That's the question today. That's the ulti coming through. Cookie in a lot of trouble here. He's got a Diana on him. Just enough mana for stealth, but the flash forward is going to land at the head, but into the pulverize is going to make for a dead rat. He's smashing rats out on the Rift, Aethel. Nice stuff there, picking up the kill.
And, you know, I don't think it would have made a difference, but really, I'm going to give some style points there over to Aethel because he W headbutt flash and then pulverize to cover the distance onto Cookie. So, you know, I don't think it would have made the difference. I think Trikui had stuck onto him enough to where that was a dead rat no matter what, but I do want to give some mechanics prowess over to Aethel on that Alistar. Still, though, it is another kill into the pockets of Cupid. Now, Trikui getting his first of the game will just return back to his farm. It's always really nice as a jungler when you get a camp and then you can just return to a full quadrant, or when you get a kill and then you can just return to a full quadrant. It really helps you accelerate your game pace, especially for some of these champions like Diana, who are really explosive on their 1 to 2 item breakpoints.
Yeah. Once the items come through, the ultis are devastating. So,
yeah.
And they're on the road, right? On the road already, and things are looking great. Especially the mid, like you're talking about, this mid jungle duo is pretty deadly. And the Nethergrass is back up for Caustic, so he could be looking for something here again in the mid lane. Diana is positioned on the Raptors, and Nissan just TP back. So I mean, the most demoralizing time to kill someone when he just TP the lane. But it looks like Trikui's got better things to do, going for the Krugs up there in the top lane. But yeah, overall, it's a bit of a slower paced game than maybe our first 3 games. Which
I feel like Cupid have to play like that, frankly. Like you have to, because one wrong step, one false move, one slight miscalculation and error could lead to a cataclysm and a domino effect from Conduit. Couldn't find my words there. That could maybe, just allow them to take this series. I like that Cupid are playing with caution, playing with care, because they know the stakes of this game. The series is on the line, and they have to perform, and they've been doing so far. They're about 1,000 gold up, and now Dragon has spawned. Cut is in the area, but Aethel has the luxury of being able to face check because that ultimate is unlocked for the Alistar. So there's actually a lot of durability here for Cupid as Trikui.
Oh, the scent went off. They just knew they were in the bush. Didn't actually see them on the vision, but just Spidey sense was tingling. Aethel is probably going to get the knock up here. There's the headbutt pulverized. Trikui looking in, gets the ulti. That's going to be a lot of...
There's a teleport.
Reset. Oh, the Nethergrass coming in on the back line, and that is a dead rat. Cookie goes down. Nissan running for safety, trying to get to the tower, but it's not going to be enough. The call of Forge God comes across. Gonna lock him into place. Animosity also going down. That's 4 members down. Cupid striking back here in game 4.
And it's starting to smell like silver here, Might, as Cupid dominate the fight on the bot side, get a clean ace, almost 12 minutes into the game, and the gold allocation, it's absolutely beautiful. Trikui with 2 kills, Loki with 2 kills, and Quaztech having that kill for himself that he got in the mid lane earlier, but with a bunch of assists to back it up. Now, they claim their second dragon. This game really firmly in control of Cupid right now.
So I'm thinking, and I'm gonna throw this to you, Quacks. Do you think that bot lane play was the equivalent of the game 1 dragon play here for Cupid? Do you think that they can take that? Is that the moment here where they're gonna be able to hold that lead and ride it all the way to game 5?
I think so.
Do you think
potentially,
they can pull it off?
they've got the scaling in their favor, right? We talk about how these teams are pretty even in late game threats, with Conduit having the Victor and Twitch, and of course the Gwen. But when you've got a 2-item Yuntal fully complete at 13 minutes, Jinx, and then you're staring down at what they'll get in the late game, that being the ornaments. I really feel like this is a scary early game to be facing down if you are Conduit, simply because that snowballing is getting going. It's rolling down the hill a lot quicker and a lot faster than you would like it to, and I don't think there's any kind of brakes that you have on that thing to be able to stop it at the current moment. The best thing I can think of is Ka maybe looking for some kind of a pick, but Cupid have been playing this game so airtightly that even that seems like a very improbable thing to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, like, hey, Snowball winter theme map. Perfect,
Yeah.
perfect analogy here. But no, you're 100% right, and I think they can. There's
Cookie.
going in one more time. Cookie does get the flash up, but falling asleep is looking very, very low. Heal is going to come through just to make him safe. And that is going to be the end of that. Aethel going very, very low, burning down right now. That is true damage, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Chakui's looking, though. He wants the dive. Is he going to be able to make it happen? Cookie stepping very far forward, very aggressively. Does dodge out the Q. Chakui doesn't go back in, though. Shield!
Oh,
Barrier
no!
is just enough to keep him alive. Loki Dosi taking several tower shots there. They're going very low, but there's nothing here to really capitalize upon this. Mid tower actually does go down. Just Caustic's straight pressure during all this chaos. Chakui wants it, though, but Kug is here to make sure it's not going to happen. Kug looking for it now. Chakui
Alley-oop that thing!
low. Caustic coming up behind.
Throw it!
Kug wants it. Is he going to get it? Caustic's coming, though. Caustic is looking. Cookie and Fallen Asleep are aware, though, but now Kuz in a little bit of a
Where are we going?
spot here. Gonna get locked up here. There's the passive, but there's not really a whole lot of damage. A TP now coming through. Victor is coming in. Nissan wants some of this action, and we're just extending this fight out. Aethel is going very, 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 very low, and it's going to be enough. Nissan gets the ulti, picks up a kill after a very long, very extended fight, and Chakui goes down as well. When did Chakui die? I think he died to Ka. So
yeah,
that's
Ka.
2 kills brought back over from Conduit. That's huge. That's actually pretty massive for them.
Not only 2 kills, but 2 shutdowns as well. So Nissan maybe looking for a third quad stack. Does
the flash.
Yep, does flash away, so does get to safety, but frankly, I mean, this still is Cupid in control of the game. They got the mid lane tower. They're super close to getting the bot lane one as well. And keep in mind, they're the guys with no grubs. Imagine if they got that top side objective. Now Animosity is going to have to sprint away. He's being collapsed onto by 3 members. Quaztech is here. Doesn't have the Nether Grasp, though.
Malefic Visions goes down. It's a good bit of burn, but most of that damage is going to get just reflected, or not reflected, but ignored.
Misted.
Doing Gwen things. Misted.
Gwen is immune. Gwen is immune.
Yeah, Gwen is immune. God, that's such a tilting thing to read. But anyways, almost as bad as like getting your stuff reflected by Mel. Right, games, if you can hear me, do something about that. Herald is going to be the target here for CPD, though, and it's going to go down pretty quickly. I don't think that Khan is going to have a real opportunity here to defend.
Yeah.
But I want to go back to what we were saying before, all hell broke loose for a moment there. But you're talking about scaling. So while it looks like Conduit has the better like scaling in general, like if they pull off a monumental stall and we get to like super late game,
right?
They've got a really great comp, right? But that's not. But CPD, Cupid aren't slouches, right? They've got a Jinx and they've got ornaments. Those 2 alone are pretty solid. So it's not like there is 0 late game agency or contingency here for CPD. They are going to get better and better. It would really need to be like an epic stall of like massive proportion.
Right. And one of the ways they can stall this game is getting a dragon, right? Like if you can stall out that soul, like that is a major win if you are Conduit, who are still behind in this game. But I mean, I'm looking at the dragon and I'm just looking at the bot side right now. You've got both outer turrets gone, right? Yeah. Now the dragon is spawning. You're going to be looking at a 22-minute soul at this point in the game. That is a super accelerated pace, and I just don't think Conduit can do it. Aethel is going to pop the ultimate, should be able to escape, but he's staying, oh, he's just trying to headbutt anyone who comes in. It's going to be secured by Cupid. And yeah, I mean, this game is so accelerated, even though you get some kills over to your Victor, the chances of you actually being able to reverse the current trajectory of this game in the span of 4.5 minutes are very slim right now. But that's what you have to do if you're Conduit, because you want to stall this soul. It just seems really impractical to do so, or really, really impossible to do so.
And that is a Cloud Soul. Cloud Soul, as we all know, very, very nice. A great soul to have. Now, do you think that CPD, their comp, can really fully utilize that Cloud Soul if they were to get it?
It's a Jinx, man. It's a Jinx and a Diana. Those guys are already running at me really fast. You think I need them to sprout wings? Oh, heck no.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, Cloud Drake is known to be one of the strongest Drakes in the game. It's great on anybody. But yeah, on a Jinx and a Diana press R and gets to be on top of you all day, every day. The Twitch is going to have a very scary time here. But, oh, fight breaking out! And Animosity is just going to get absolutely eviscerated by the support jungle duo. Trick's going to pick up the kill. And that's going to be all she wrote. You got to be careful where you're stepping, Animosity. This Rift is not a friendly place to you right now.
Yeah, Animosity so far been pretty stalled out here on the Gwen. Has a good amount of CS, is keeping up in that department, but has obviously 2 deaths to their name. And because of that, we can see that the Ornn is going to be able to just shove in that top side. Does get the Demolish proc, won't actually be able to finish off the turret, but this is just what Conduit are going to have to do. There are fires everywhere. Your job is to put out as many of them as humanly possible, but they can't actually begin planting seeds, if I'm continuing this metaphor. They can't look to grow something at this point. The fire is just burning all of it away. I really don't think there are a lot of things they can do at the current moment to turn that around. And that timer to do so is getting shorter and shorter as the soul continues to approach quicker and quicker.
Yeah, and that's the 3rd outer turret down. All outers gone now for Conduit. Yeah. The only one they have is the top lane. That mid lane tower standing strong. Hasn't really been touched too much at all. Bot tower might be a target here for Conduit if they can get some agency on the map. But that's the question. How do you get agency when there is an Alistair Diana roaming around doing whatever they want to do? Yeah. Creating so much pressure, so much of a headache for you, trying to have any kind of aggression. So it really is, it's just Firewatch right now. You're 100% right. That's all they can do is just play defensively. Just scale, wait, hope, try to bring this game to a snail's pace. Because right now it's accelerating dramatically in the favor of CPD.
We're going to get his golems taken away. Trikui not going to do anything, but yeah, now I feel like Cupid, they're basically just zoning them away from being able to enter this river. They know how imperative it is to set up vision around this part of the map, now that Otacon especially has spawned on that side as Ethel is going in.
That's such a dramatic play. It's such aggressive positioning here. Going in, Trikui onto Nissan. Nissan taking a lot of damage. Almost going down, but the Chaos Storm.
Wait, hang on. Loki Dosh is gone.
Across the team. Aethel going very, very low, falling asleep. Almost down, does fall. Caustic up, Trikui up, Fionville up. Nissan, no Chaos Storm. Animosity, snip, snip, snip with the damage here from Cookie.
Malefic Visions.
No, but Malefic Visions rips across the team. The dot burns. It burns. Animosity says as he goes down. Cookie,
but honestly,
that's pretty solid though. That stops.
Yeah, that's a 3 for 3. You're down this much gold. It's a really difficult game for you. If you're able to trade evenly this far behind, I feel like that's absolutely worth it, as we definitely have to take a look at how this actually happened. So, Ka, I think this was the big mistake here. You're immediately going onto the frontliner. You use that Nether Grasp on him. He manages to survive for so long. In fact, he gets out. It puts Loki in a super disadvantageous position because he's trying to chase for those kills, trying to get those resets. He finds himself up too far, and Animosity snips him in half. And now,
live Ka going in live here. He's gonna get rooted up. Aethel looking for it.
He can't move.
Knocked up. Ka cannot move. He is completely stuck. The redemption's coming through. It is gonna top him just a little bit, but the fight does not go anywhere. Actually, Herald does not get the charge off either, so the defense is successful. We are fighting everywhere on the map right now, non-stop action.
Ka has to reset though.
CPD is finding their brave pants, and they are looking to start pushing their lead. But yes, you're 100% right. I think Ko was just a little overzealous in that bot lane Krug bush play. Gets locked up, but they are able to turn it very quickly. I think that when Trikui went onto Nissan, he did not do nearly as much damage as he thought he was going to do. Ends up Zanya'ing very, very early, and that fight then gets really awkward because Cookie is able to walk up stealth and go to town.
They have to be so careful about face checking here, by the way, because of the Malzahar. Ka needs to look for some kind of a fish. The dragon is up, and it is burning away so quickly. It's gone! They've got the soul! The reset!
And we're looking for the re-engage right now. Beyond going down, going in. Animosity dying in the side of the fight. Cookie going very, very low. Is going to go down. Jinx resets. Nissan now running for his life. Trying to make it happen. But Eiffel is right on top of him. Headbutts and pulverizes for everyone. Does not get enough of a gap to make it on to Nissan. So Nissan does get to escape. Falling asleep. Also running for the hills towards Baron. But I think CPD might be able to at least do a lot of damage here.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. They're gonna back off. They're gonna reset. Yeah, they're resetting. They're spending all their gold. They're getting some shiny new toys here, Might, and will be able to fight for this Otacon. Ka still down for a little over 10 seconds. Does mean there's plenty of time to secure this bot side objective. And overall, I feel like it was just Conduit too late to the punch, right? You're getting you're giving over this bot side river. Once Loki Dosi finishes that dragon, he is able to not only get the reset, but that's Cloud Soul. He's running at Mach 20, and you're in his way. Look at the re-engage here. It is so evident that they want to go in, that Cupid have the ability to fight because of the Jinx reset, because they are ready to go. They steamroll themselves over this fight. Loki Dosi can just free hit. Quaztech can do the same. And it feels like this might be out of Conduit's hands. It feels like it's no longer their game to win. It's Cupid's game to lose with how ahead they are.
Oh, here's another grass on the Animosity, stepping too far forward. It's taking so much damage, burning so quickly. Is going to go down. Sacrifices my life for the tower there on the bot lane. My life for Ire, says Animosity, as he rips through that tower, but is going to pay the ultimate price.
Yep.
And it's just looking pretty brutal, pretty grim right now here for Conduit. CPD found their sea legs. They want to take us to Game 5, and they're doing a damn good job of it as it stands right now. I just want to draw attention to the Jinx items. Like, the upgraded Infinity Edge with the Yuntal, that is, like, pretty critical here. And with the Cloud Soul going to be running super, super
And now
fast.
Baron up, and they're just taking it on spawn. They don't care. This is T1 in 2025. They are looking immediately on for Animosity.
Whoa.
Does have teleport, so they can join up. They're going in.
Starting initially, but the engage on the Eiffel, which is probably right where you want to be if you are CPD. Bjornville making the re-engage happen.
There's caught.
No Horn just yet. Ka going very, very low. Falling asleep is going to be the first to fall, and now the reset comes through. Jinx is going to town. Double kill. Can I see a triple kill? Can I see a quadra kill?
Penta!
Can I see a penta? No, it's going to get stolen away. Scumbag mid laner. Turn off your malefic visions. The burn. What are you doing, bro?
Malefic blindness, avert your eyes, is Quaztech. Yeah, he steals that Penta, but it doesn't matter. Cupid have fired their second shot in this series, and now everybody, you know the song, you know the tune, you know what time it is. Silver Scrapes are on the line.
Game 5, ladies and gentlemen, and what a series it has been, blow for blow. CPD going up Game 1, Conduit punching back, pulling off 2 victories in a row, but CPD saying we will not go quietly into that good night, taking us into a Game 5 with an excellent piloted team fight composition. Caustic really being the glue, sticking that together, getting the leads, getting the picks. Look at the damage there. Caustic, you know what? You deserve that steal for those damage numbers you're putting out there with a Jinx on your team. I'll give it to you. It may be a scumbag move, but you got the damage to back it up.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Cupid. That gave me, you know, flashbacks of game number 1. Who maybe Trikui is the secret sauce. I don't know.
I think so.
Seriously looked so clean in this 4th game, and honestly, this might just be. This was such a beatdown. Honestly, that it might have, you know, translated from a physical beatdown into a mental one. Going into game number 5 as Conduit, you have to push what just happened to the side, throw it out of your memory for at least an hour, or however long the games take, at least, yeah, an hour, and, you know, put yourself in a position to mentally reset. That is a tough thing to do after a game like this. That was probably the most one-sided match of the series, I would say, competing with game number 1 for that title, but still, really good stuff from Cupid overall. Quaztech, I think, having a very good game on the Malzahar. Loki Dosi having a really good game on the Jinx. These were the 2 win cons that we said needed to get ahead. It took a little bit of time, but it feels like the setup was there and the map play was just excellent from them. They accelerated the pace of the game so much that a Soul at 22 minutes, you know, everyone on Conduit was saying, wait, I'm not ready, right? I don't have all of the things I need in order to fight this. They were still, you know, packing up their books, packing up their school stuff, packing up their Chromebook or whatever the hell, and the bus was right there. It's already taken off. You gotta go. You gotta go. But they couldn't. They missed the bus. And now, I mean, it's a game 5. This is the first one we've had on the stream since the top 8 kind of hit our doorstep, and it has shown itself to be of that caliber. Both of these teams have shown their best. They've shown their worst, but only one of them going to be victorious in this night and into that grand final. So we're not going to waste any more time. We are going to go to a short little break, and we are going to go to the Silver Scrapes land. We'll see you all on the other side. See you soon. Game number 5 around the corner, ladies and gentlemen, between Conduit and Cupid Esports. Two teams, one of whom had a generational upset against Legacy Amber in order to get where they are. And Cupid, a team who managed to win out expectedly in their top 8 matchup, but in dominating fashion in a 4-game banger. Now, though, we've gone beyond 4-game bangers. We've gone beyond 3-game sweeps. It's game number 5 to determine who will punch their ticket to the grand finals. My name is Quex for the last time in preparation for the draft here on the night. And with me, my co-caster, Might. It's game number 5, and I mean, dude, honestly, I gotta say it just while we're on broadcast, major respect to you for hopping on last minute and being able to go the distance.
Oh, my pleasure, guys, and thanks for having me. You know, I'm filling in for. Oh, let me just double check. Hold up. For Toki, yeah, Toki B. So, yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I really appreciate it. This was a fun cast. I know I'm hopping in last second. Don't know everything going on, but I'm so glad that I was able to come in and see these games. These games have been phenomenal. I'm so glad we made it to Game 5. And we're going basically right into draft, I think, here in just a second.
Yep.
But, man, this is going to be... What a great series so far. I've enjoyed every single game for different reasons. And just seeing the adjustments that both teams have been making here, I know this Game 5 is just going to be an absolute thrill to watch.
Oh, yeah. It has been an absolute thrill to watch from games 1 through 4 stomps and all stomps and close games and all. And now going into the draft for the 5th and final time here, Might, as we do see your traditional typical bans, the Lee Sin, the Aurora, the Ambessa as well. And now we're really getting down there for the champions locked away. You can see all of those characters on the bottom of your screen no longer accessible. So this is kind of something we talked about a little bit in game number 4, where the ease of execution as well as kind of those combos, those champions with that innate synergy are really starting to get down there. As Jarvan, the last ban, CPD, I mean, there's one more carry AD left open that comes to mind, and it is the Yunara. A lot of the ADCs have been locked away. I feel like you're gonna have to, get that bot lane up and running ASAP, because you know that if you leave it for the second phase, it's gonna get banned away even more, and your options are just gonna continue to be limited.
Yeah, that pool's gonna get pinched very quickly, but it looks like Conduit wants the Lucian. Are they gonna pair it with the Nami?
Yeah,
Milio. Milio would be great also.
This could be kind of a game of chicken where, no, they're not. Nope. No game of chicken. As I was going to say, maybe they try to bait Cupid into stealing away the Nami and giving it a suboptimal pairing, but they're going to go for it straight away. Take that one off the board. And now Cupid going to respond with a little bit more scaling, but plenty of dueling power. It is the Aphelios being paired up. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Lulu would be here to join it. This is obviously the most apt Aphelios pairing. So we still have the synergy in the bot lane here. Both of these teams understanding the importance of making sure those 2v2s are picked before they can be banned away. And this does leave open the Gragas now going to be the last pickup here for Conduit. So jungle and mid both up for these teams, and that has been the most, I would say, heavily contested pool we've seen all series long. We've really been harping on the mid jungle duos of both of these teams, and now we're going to be able to pinch those pools even further.
Yeah. I was hearing some rumors in the chat about a Caustic Smolder pick, but that is going to get banned away with a quickness. But Conduit locking in. She says Condi. Is she gonna say Condi? For anyone who's been brain rotted on Gragas YouTube videos, like
it's so yeah. I'll watch the Broob shorts from time to time. That guy is an intern solo queue, by the way. I can confirm, as we are going to be finishing up the ban tier. Zed actually gonna be the last one, so that's a fun little bit of pocket pick there, as it is going to be Nissan picking up the Rise here. Cupid, I think the big thing you're really lacking is an engage tool. You really want to make it so that Aphelios can free hit and, you know, Renekton can follow up. I think Skarner is a really good answer into that, but there are a couple of disengage tools that Conduit could draft here in their remaining jungle slot to make this Skarner's life really difficult. And Quaztek's not going for the Smolder. He's not going for a dragon, but it flies, and it's a bird. Nivea going to be the answer here, and Conduit going to last pick the Viego. We're just flying through the draft here because I think us, everyone watching, and especially our producers who have been doing this for, you know, close to 5 hours, really want to get this game going, and so do I. Viego going to be the last one up here, and now I do have to say, right now, I'm not sure about the Viego pick. Obviously, it is a good carry jungler, can make a lot of use with your Rise and your Gragas. The setup that they provide is really valuable, but Viego in team fights is the biggest thing that I worry about. He's oftentimes really well paired against champions that are extremely mobile, so that you can get the resets off along with the mobility kits that you for the bodies that you steal. There's not a lot of that here on the side of Cupid, so I do think that his effectiveness in these team fights is going to be a little bit hampered, as Cupid looking for an early advantage here, but it is going to be spotted out by Fallen Asleep.
Yeah, that ward is going to get them, and I love the Skinergy going on here with Cupid. They're all matching, very winter themed, so on brand. Good stuff, Cupid, here in Game 5. Do it. They're playing it, but they're playing it in style too. So I really like what we're seeing. You know, taking it fun. You know, gotta have fun when you're playing these games. But with Ka on that Viego, Ka has been a very pivotal player in this series.
Here.
Oh,
hang on.
Let's see. Illenville's gonna be the first to face check this. He is gonna get. There's the stun. Gonna get knocked up. Quite a little bit of damage here, but it's nothing too crazy. Caustic is coming up to make sure that doesn't happen. Grasp of the Undying, and then I'm going to walk away. Says Animosity. Take whatever small leads I can get. And about a 25, what was that, like 20-25% HP lead?
Yes.
That's
something like
pretty
that,
solid
but
for very little risk.
I think the more consequential thing that happened on the map, though, is both junglers being slightly later to their camps means the clears are going to be delayed. They are pathing on opposite sides, but it does mean there is a little bit more free time for the side lanes to have in order to push out these waves. So the timing, a lot of people like to say it's a game of inches, and I feel like in this case scenario, it's a game of seconds, as it looks like we have plenty of seconds to spare. A pause has unfortunately hit our screens in Game 5. Oh, we're back, at least on the right side.
We are back. We're half back. And now we're full back?
Maybe? We're now disjointed. One.
Okay, here we go. So Fionbuild and Animosity here trading the top lane. Animosity getting those grass stacks. That's a pretty clutch option, I think. He's already procced it 2 or 3 times. So if the lane keeps going in this direction, this kind of trading, he's gonna gain a lot of extra HP just off of just lane.
Yeah.
No risk whatsoever. Just free gold basically in his pocket. But otherwise, everything seems pretty stable. Nothing too crazy that we're seeing. A little bit of proxy, a little bit of jungle walking, but Animosity not looking for too much here. Some trades in the bot lane, but I can't imagine they're going to go too hard. I think level 3 is... I mean, level 2 you can do some things on the Lucian Nami, but level 3 is really when you start to get deadly.
Yeah, and especially for the case of Loki Dosi, he has to be holding on to that sniper as much as he possibly can, because once you have guns that are, shorter in the range department, that is really just the green light for Lucian and Nami to walk forward, right? They don't have to risk getting poked out by the sniper and can really just duel you. And we've seen the trading be pretty advantageous here for Cookie and Fallen Asleep. Loki Dosi down to a little less than half. Has to be very mindful that he doesn't get 100 to 0'd.
That might be enough. That's a lot of damage that's going to come through, but it isn't going to be quite enough. The slow is going to put a stop to it, but that's going to force Loki Dosi back. And that's kind of yeah, that's where you want to be when you're playing the Lucian Nami lane. You have to establish yourselves relatively early. You have to make them respect that all-in potential that lane brings. Speaking as a resident Nami main, love this matchup when it's played properly. If you're in solo queue and your support locks in Nami, that is not free reign to play Lucian because you still need to know what you're doing. But when executed properly, it's a very, very, very strong lane. It offers a lot of lane pressure and great skirmish potential in the mid to late game as well. So it's not fully all in on just a kill lane. You still got a great mid game also.
We could see. I really feel like we're starting to push for that synergy being the important thing. These teams have built up that synergy at the earliest week number 1 of the regular season, and very much so in some of these other cases longer than that. A lot of teams in the Immortal League tend to stick together. Those bonds being formed by this competition do transcend splits, and so it is going to be a test of which one of them has developed a better synergistic style with each other. And I feel like these bot lane combos, these 2v2s, are very reflective of that, understanding that, hey, we've got the synergy, we've built up to this for several weeks, if not months, and we are going to put that to the test. That is what is going to put us over the finish line. I think for the case of Cookie and falling asleep, it has to be really pressing this advantage in the early game, but now Trikui is here.
Flash forward, so aggressive here from Loki Dosi, and Trikui also going to flash forward. So many flashes burned. Flash forward to get the root. Oh, Trick isn't going to do it. Ka is here. Flash is burned from Cookie, so he cannot gap close quite as deep as they want to. But Loki Doki flash lift, taking so much damage, and that's going to be first blood going over. Ka getting the reset. Flashing forward as well, but does not have the root. Cookie dashing in, putting a little bit of damage on Trikui, but I think that's going to be the end of it. First blood going over to Conduit.
And really good stuff there from Ka, understanding that they have the advantage in the 3v3 after so many spells were burned. Trying to lock down Cookie and fallen asleep. They get themselves an opening, and Ka finds the stun onto Loki Dosi. Now Nissan maybe in trouble. He does get grabbed.
Oh, the nice little turnaround. Spins him right into Caustic, but there's not enough damage. Anivia completely out of mana, has no follow-up whatsoever. Dragon is going to go over. So this is really just a huge play here in the early game for Conduit. Getting the kind of lead that they want.
And now, they're looking for the lane swaps. I mean, this is perfect timing here from Conduit, because now you get a 1v2 against Fionvid. I wonder if after he pushes in this wave, they're going to try and do the exact same thing and match the resets with one another to try and get numbers advantage. Yeah, look at that. They're all resetting, so they understand that the swap timer is here, and this just means that for the next 90 seconds, we really got to keep our eyes on this top side. Grub's going to be super important for both of these teams. For Loki Dosi, it's a way to generate gold. For Nissan, it's a way to generate gold. And when you have that realm warp, cross-mapping becomes that much easier. You being able to spend as much time as possible in the side lane with your late game scalers has to be part of the game plan going into game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, so the 2v2 right now in the top lane definitely favors Cookie and falling asleep. Conduit, I think they just have the stronger 2v2. So, doing this, I think matching the lane swap here might be a slight mistake here from Cupid Gaming. I think it might have been better for them to just, send their Aphelios into because their Aphelios scales, right? So if he gets an advantage, if he gets the 2v1 lane, he just gets a bunch of free farm, potentially plates, gets to scale a little bit nicer, right? He ideally just wants to, ships in the night with this Lucian and interact as little as possible with him to get to scale. So I think matching that might have been a slight mistake here.
And you're putting all your eggs in the basket of, hey, we're going to try and fight for these grubs, but look at how that's working for you. We got about 25 seconds into it, and I mean, Cookie and Fallen Asleep have supremacy over the priority on this top side, so it's going to be really difficult for them to, abandon this wave in order to link up with their jungler and their mid to fight for this objective. Not to mention, ultimate's unlocked here for Cookie. You can see he's got the culling, so that's a really good way to soften up one particular target and make it easy for them to find their mark to immediately get a numbers advantage as Grubs have spawned, and they're immediately focused down here by Cub, but Trikui is in the area. Is he going to try and drive by Smite? Oh.
Smite secures from Ka. Caustic is the first to move, but Cookie and Fallen Asleep are ready to answer. Trikui looking...
Sounds on the side.
Yep, they're going to get forced out here. I don't think they can really play this. Caustic pushing forward so aggressively. Another grub is going to get secured. One last grub, and Ka is going to get it, and that's the end of the lane swap. So really, that's the end of it, right? Grubs are done, so there's really no need for this lane swap to continue. So
and now Loki Dosi But now it's hard for them to leave, right? Because Fionvid has to push in this wave, but you're doing so against a Gragas. He's not just going to let you crash that wave. It feels like a really difficult time now here for Cupid. They put a lot of their faith in trying to fight for those grubs, but the priority just was never there. And now Lokidosi and Aethel are kind of stuck in a really precarious lane situation where they're not able to get a lot of this free gold that the Aphelios, like you mentioned earlier, needs that in order to thrive going into the mid to late game.
And I love this TP from Animosity, and I think it's going to have to be matched by Fionn because he's getting free access to this wave, going to be able to crash this wave in. I think Fionn is just going to reset instantly TP to match this. Yep, and so both TPs are going to get burnt out there. But look who's so late to the party. It's Lokidosi and Aethel getting to the spot lane. So late. Now, it did get crashed, so it's not going to be the end of the world, and I think it is going to bounce back to them, just looking at wave state right now.
Yeah.
But it's just, missing out on these little things, missing out on the potential to have, gotten plates there in the 2v1. Also, you're down 22 CS because you're having to play scared of the grubs because you know that both the junglers are looking that direction. So it's just the small little things that can add up over the course of a
the granular
potential game. Right, exactly.
Right, for sure. And especially, not only are they might be small in the game, and obviously they do add up, but I feel like one small thing can be a little bit mentally scary, right? It has to come at a point where if you lose enough things, maybe you get put into panic mode because you are on game 5, right? The pressure quite literally could not be higher. So I think it's just kind of about stacking not only these objectives to physically make the barrier widen that gap, but also the mental gap could be something that we have to keep in mind as Animosity is getting aggressed onto, but he's Gragas with Cask, with Flash, and with Grasp. So I'm not too worried about him, even if he's at half HP.
Yeah, just healing up so much of that damage. Fionfield's is going very, very low there up in the top lane, though. They are doing the 1v1. The Terminus does come out, but it is going to keep him safe. No kills going over just yet, but Trikui is looking. So is Ka. Where is Ka going to come from? Is he going to emerge from this tribush, or is he simply going to walk away? And that looks to be the play here.
Yes.
Looking onto the dragon, gonna poke it. No real vision here for
Animosity's roaming too. They're gonna try and get a numbers advantage around this dragon because this is the feat of dragon slaying. So it's a huge thing to get 11 minutes into the game.
Trikui's making his move, going through, looking to
Trikui, you're alone.
Anyone is locked up for days.
But 3-man!
Impale! Huge ulti from Lokidosi, but the damage is coming back over. Animosity going very, very low. Animosity getting flashed forward onto Caustic. Caustic is going very low. Shield going in. Blue team secures the Chemtech Drake, and they are going to walk away. So at the end of the day, that is Cupid securing the Chemtech Drake, but it does cost them. I don't think it costs them anything. They all live.
It doesn't. They all get away. They get the dragon. Right, exactly. And I mean, honestly, major ups there to Trikui. He gets picked off, and initially you're thinking, oh, this Skarner went too far. He's dead, but he survives the upfront damage, gets a 3-man impale, and then brings them right into the waiting arms of Lokidosi. This Aphelios gets the much-needed gold after such a tumultuous 12-minute game so far. We're going to get a look at that again. I want to see the 0.25 speed on this 3-man impale. Trikui, how low was he when he casted that ulti? He wasn't low at all. 3-man, and then
that
look at the damage.
Bluetooth ulti there onto the Lucian. But yeah, no, the Infernum Moonlight Vigil, like that, from the day that I think that's what gave Aphelios his 200 years, moniker for so long. But we see how much damage it can do just ripping through the fights there. I really thought Trikui was dead to rights, but somehow that impale snags Cookie. I think if that impale doesn't snag Cookie there, I think that fight might have gone a good bit differently, right? Because he wouldn't have been grouped up for that Moonlight Vigil. Would have had way more HP to continue that fight. So that is super, super clutch there from Trikui. Once again, kind of proven to be the X factor in these games.
No,
such
Trikui,
great gameplay from him.
I mean, Trikui, subbed in last game, or subbed back in, I should say, last game, really popped off in that match like he did in game number 1, and now is setting up his team around these fights. We're not necessarily seeing him on a carry, but we're seeing him on a more facilitative role with the Skarner, and he's, punching toward the challenge. I think he's doing very well, and we can see that Conduit, without really anything to do on the map at the current moment, are just kind of wandering. They're looking for plays, but the wave states aren't really giving them an opportunity. Meanwhile, Trikui is on the bot side, keeps making these plays, and Nissan's in trouble.
Nissan's getting dove. The Impale's gonna come through. I mean, he's just about dead to rights. Kill goes over to Loki Dosi. I'm very confused at lane assignments right now. Why is Cookie and Falling Asleep mid giving Aphelios a free dive onto Nissan? I guess Cuz looking for something, but it's
no egg.
is wave clear for days. There's no egg available. Flash does come through. Gonna keep Caustic safe.
Whoa! Falling Asleep just got executed. Tsunami.
What, really?
dying to the tower.
Oh, I was staring at Caustic.
Look on the other side, though. It's a mid tower just as the game crests 14 minutes, and all of that gold going over to the Aphelios. So Loki Dosi on this pick, popping off, getting set up, getting fed in this match. Conduit don't really have a rebuttal at the current moment. I mean, Ka has that one kill in inventory, and you do have scaling from things like the Rise, but I'm really looking at Cookie. You were confused about the lane assignments, and frankly, I'm right there with you. I feel like you're not giving him the necessary resources. Most importantly, you're not putting behind the main carry for Cupid. Loki Dosi is just allowed to free farm and free scale on this Aphelios.
And even gets a kill onto Nissan, which is like really not what you want at all.
No.
From this early game, if you're Conduit. So that's kind of like the gold may only be like a little bit, but it's in the right places for CPD, which is going to make subsequent fights harder and harder. And now CPD does pick up the Herald as well. So things are looking really, really nice here for Cupid. It's Conduit that's going to have to find some way to get some more value out of this Nami-Lucian combo, because the window is starting to close. If we enter mid-game and there isn't a sufficient lead, then it's going to be very, very difficult there.
Sure, I think that there is very little comeback potential, I guess is the verbiage I would use here from picks like this, because, I mean, you've got a lot of good lockdown relative to the laning phase, but I think your engage in the later phases of the game, where you're actually trying to start up a team fight, is a really glaring weakness of this Conduit squad, because you've got like the Nami tidal wave and maybe a really good Animosity Gragas cask. That's about it. Everything else is reliant on you getting some of these stun tools like the bubble, the Viego W, and the Rune Prison in order to start these picks, but there just really isn't going to be a lot of those available. As we can see, both teams jockeying around this mid lane, just trying to fight for priority as Dragon has come up. Both teams one apiece in that department, and you can see they really want to fight for it. Both top laners saying, screw the side lane, screw the laning phase. We're going to fight for this, and Cupid just holding this river down.
Yeah, this is such a scary bush.
Who will be bold enough to face Shaq?
Around. Cookie steps up a little bit. Trikui looking for something.
They've got Nissan!
Solo Impale onto Nissan. Fianvold ulting. Terminus coming through. Nissan going very, very low. That's the Moonlight Vigil.
Oh, Animosity!
Damage onto the enemy team. Animosity going very, very low. Cookie dashing, flashing through the fight, but not enough damage to make anything really happen. There's no big team fight ultis or anything. And that's just going to be 2 kills going over to CPD as they turn their eyes towards the Dragon and a Herald in the mid lane. Once again, one fight, one mistake, and CPD are running it down here in Game 5. Looking
the good version
so
of
dominant.
Running it down. The good version of running it down, and now, I mean, the Dragon is just going to get ran down. He's got no way to be stolen here by Conduit, as they do lose that fight. And I agree with you. I mean, this is the Cupid that we saw in game number 1. This is the Cupid we saw in game number 4. Trikui just adds magic to this team. It seems like they're so much more decisive, so much more aggressive, and have a vice iron grip on the game the moment they get an advantage.
Yeah. You see a lot more comfort with Loki and Trikui playing together. I think those two are really meshing well. The Impales have always been followed up by really nice Moonlight Visuals. The synergy and the chemistry is really starting to show with this version, this roster for Cupid. And it's just really hard for Conduit to find their way back into the game, especially after some really awkward kind of kind of lane swaps there in the mid game. So much time spent in mid for that Lucian Nami when they really needed to be punishing. Animosity going to throw the explosive cast to get the disengage going, trying to get out, is going to dash away, is going to be safe for now, but goes very, very low. And the pressure is on for Conduit on all fronts, really.
Oh, I mean, Animosity, he's not going to get dove, but look at how much control Cupid get of this top side because they just push Animosity back, because they managed to get priority. It's going to be so hard for Ka in particular to walk into his jungle. You can see he's trying to look for a lane gank onto Fionvid, who does have flash, also does have the dominus. So there's a solid chance he actually 1v2s this, I feel. He's got the black cleaver, so your armor means nothing to the crocodile.
Yeah, it's a scary prospect for sure going for this. Is it diveable? Absolutely not. Yeah, there's the Dominus ripped right away early, saying, no, get away from my tower. I don't want any part of this.
Yeah, and
as Fionville just playing it super safe, clears the wave, and then starts to look for the reset. But Khan's still in the wings, does get the reset off. Loki Doki taking a lot of culling.
Ooh, wow.
I think that was your opportunity, Cookie, but Cookie goes in, makes the flash. E happen, goes in with the barrier.
He's got to run.
Survive. But he is on the run right now. Trikui and Aethel are not going to let that slide, and Fionville looking for sushi. Tidal wave comes out, but it's not going to be enough. Trikui chopping up some salmon in the top river. Fresh,
you know, I like to think that that Cupid were like, yo, tell us where your 80 carry is and we'll live. Falling asleep? No, never. And then just gets immediately killed. Cookie does survive, so I mean, I think the main objective for Conduit was get Lucian out. They accomplished that. They do trade 1-for-1, but I mean, it's support for AD carry, so I definitely favor Conduit in that trade. But now, as we've crested the 20-minute mark, Otacon is up on the bot side, and Cupid are still really strong in this game, especially when it comes to champions like Anivia. They're so good at being able to control some of these tighter spaces. That Tribush, if you're able to get an Everwinter down on that area, it's really difficult to walk through it. It literally feels like you are walking through fire in order to get towards some of these objectives. Quaztech can be so good at zoning off Conduit and making it difficult for them to actually step up to this Otacon that is now being started.
Yeah, and the power of these champions like Anivia, these zoning champions, is taking space early, and then she's able to hold these positions. And that's when you're ahead like CPD is. Like,
whoa.
What are you doing? He's going absolutely ape, but it's going to look more like an ape, and as he falls very, very early in the fight. Animosity, there's the Realm Warp trying to get him out, but he doesn't.
Oh, he left him!
Animosity, no! He falls.
I guess you could say
explosive cask is his last parting gift.
I guess you could say Animosity holds some animosity toward his mid laner.
Yeah.
But TES
oh,
for
man,
that. That was a play.
It looks like Game 5 fatigue. That's what this really looks like at this point. You know, these guys have been playing for the better part of what, 5 hours?
Pretty much.
At least 3 hours? At least 3 hours of basically non-stop league, and that takes a mental toll on anyone. So, you know, some of these plays that might look goofy from the comfort of our cushy desks, where we just are sitting back watching, you know, popping chips and salsa. You know, these guys have been under a lot of mental pressure for the better part of 3 hours, and I think that's enough to make anyone start doing some weird stuff. But really, it's very important, especially in these long marathons of series, especially as you're gearing towards grand finals, right? You know, this is the culmination of the weeks of effort that you and your team have put in. Have to put the level head on, have to find a way to reconsolidate the mental and finish strong, make it happen. Con aren't completely out of the game yet, but it is very, very dire. Conduit need to start pulling it together. They can't be making crazy plays like that. Gotta relax, gotta breathe, and gotta just step into the moment, live there, and then deal with the fallout if and when the game is over. But in the moment, lock in.
Absolutely, and we can see Dragon is up on the bot side. Cupid have first rights toward that objective, and they see Cuz also, you know, vying for the blue buff, which he will, you know, eventually secure. The Quaztech is really just good at being able to hold down the fort. You can see both solo laners of Cupid are trying to minimize damage on this top side, but they have to be careful not to walk too far up. That cask could make it really difficult for you to actually escape this predicament. And now Cupid are on Soul Point. So it looks like we're just, seeing similar shades of game number 4 here, Might, where Cupid are super proactive around this bot side objective. They really dictate the pace of the game by forcing Soul at an earlier stage, and Conduit continue to be constricted with the time they're given in order to come back. You were talking about being able to reset, refresh, and mentally get back into this match, overcome that fatigue that you mentioned. They're only going to have 4 minutes to do so before this game really starts to tell them that it's not up to their mental anymore. It's just a stat stiff.
And if there was a comp that could maybe pull it off, I think this is it, right? The Rise is probably the weakest link at this point, but the Lucian's looking very, very strong. It's on par with the Aphelios. Good CS lead, got a lot of items. It's playable. It's hard, but it's playable. And if we can get that first reset off of the Viego, then there's maybe something that can happen here. But the window is, like you said, very quickly closing. Ulti to disengage. That's not really how you want to be using your ultis, but you gotta do what you gotta do at this point of the game. Let's see, we've got Herald spawning in 20 seconds, Dragon in 3:30. I think that Herald is just gonna go over to Cupid. There's not a whole lot of tools here to potentially contest this.
Absolutely agree. I mean, I think for the side of Conduit, it's just really difficult. Like, we mentioned this earlier, but it's hard to engage the fight as we do see a Realm Warp away from Fionvid. It's really difficult to engage a fight if you are Conduit's comp, and it's really difficult to actually counterattack with them, right? Because you have to get them low enough to... Oh, Bomba! Hang on, Quastek in trouble.
Sek in a bit of trouble. The 2 redemptions are going to come down, but Trakui and Co are here. Loki Dosi going in melee form for a little bit there, but it's going to have more than enough damage to clean up Animosity in the push a little bit out of position there. But we've got 4 defending the top tower. Baron is on the table here and starting to set their eyes towards it. That is white, green. That is a very fast objective taking pair of guns there. And we are just going to see this Baron melt away and potentially Conduit's hopes at a grand finals ticket. But
oh no!
White, he's ulting in, does not get the smite, evaporates instantaneously. The dominance comes out, and that lizard is on a rampage. Nothing can kill this man. Nissan, back to the dealership with you. Sushi in the top lane. Fionvild is gonna get knocked. Whoa! Just sent packing just a little bit. But yeah, that is just brutal for Conduit, and that might have been the game slipping away.
Yeah.
And with it, their ticket to grand finals.
That's 10,000 gold at 26 minutes. I mean, I feel like it's only going to get worse. The Aphelios hasn't even hit 3 items yet. That's when he really starts to spike, and I feel like falling asleep. Might have fallen asleep. He resets, but it gets canceled. Baron is up. Dragon Soul 1 away in a little less than 2 minutes. The tier 2s being sieged. Cupid might have just struck the final blow.
That's... I mean, with like you said, it's a 12k gold lead almost. Baron on the table on, I believe, all 5 members. I don't think anyone went down.
Nope.
Soul spawning in a minute. Is it even necessary at this point when you are this far ahead? A 10k gold lead is more than enough to secure things. And you've got a Baron up. At this point, Dragon is just icing on the cake. So... I really think that this game is going to be very, very hard for Conduit to come back from. What is I don't think there's really anything that they can do. CPD has to just...
Quastek is level 18, by the way.
Oh, Quastek is taking a lot of damage from the culling here, but Aethel's here with the shield. Drix looking over the wall, gonna dash in. He's looking for it, but doesn't find anything. Throws a little bit of rocks. Quastek.
I mean, they've cut the wave, but look at the bot side. I mean, Loki Dosi is just casually sieging your base, and now they find a stun.
Land flash forward, dominus. So much damage coming through onto Kaka. Is gonna survive as Chivold goes over the wall, but Nissan burning down quite a bit.
Animosity.
Oh, Tricks in the back line, looking for Animosity. There's still a lizard in the front line. This fight is getting chaotic. They're getting corralled slowly but surely into their top side jungle. Gonna link up with Fallen there. Gonna escort them to safety.
Cookie!
Oh, Corky has to flash as the wall catches him. Animosity, where are you? Bubble's gonna pick him up, but so much damage is coming through. Loki Dosi is gonna fall!
They got him!
Quickly here in the fight. God becomes Aphelios, does so much damage. Wait, the egg is going to go down here. Now he can become a Nivea. It's taking advantage of the fact that CPD is ahead, and now CPD is on the back foot. Running away. It's 2 for 2. Trikui looking in. Cut just no longer has form. Aethel in the back line, keeping people shielded up. Falling asleep, doesn't want any part of this, and they are going to look and turn towards the dragon.
Yeah, they should be able to secure it.
Life here is Conduit, but they still have a big mountain to climb. The gold lead is still far and away.
It definitely is. I mean, still, it's 10,000 gold separating the teams, but a really critical positioning error there from Lokidosi. He gets found by Ka. He gets taken over by the Viego passive, and they can get a couple of kills in response. But all while that was happening, Inhibitor was actually sieged on the top side, so that means Supers will be flooding in to the base from here on out, and Cupid, definitely with that soul in mind, should be eyeing toward that top side Baron in a little less than 2.5 minutes. If those Supers can continue to put pressure on the other side of the map, they can really look to continue sieging near that pit and on that river, make it difficult for Conduit to contest, as we are going to get a replay from that most recent fight. Okay, I want to see, how did Lokidosi get caught here?
So Lokidosi gets blasted forward and then stops the DPS. And now he's just a bit too far forward.
Okay.
Is able to get the
W flash, and then
W flash.
The damage from Nissan is enough, and now Aethel up too far.
By the tower, Aethel in a little bit of trouble here. Trikui looking towards Kaka, taking so much damage. Gonna go down very, very quickly.
Loki!
Look at this damage from Lokidosi. This is an Aphelios that is very, very happy with the current state of the game, doing so much damage. 4th item completed here at 30 minutes. Might as well be 6 he might as well be full build. I mean, this guy is absolutely massive. Trikui going over the wall, looking for anything, just trying to end the fight, end the game here. Aethel very, very low. Fionvold also. Caustic so far forward, doesn't want to let the pressure go, even though the rest of his team is saying, hey, we're a little battered and bruised here. We need to make this reset happen.
Yeah.
And it is going to happen, so it's going to have to be one more push. It's probably going to be Baron into push, 1 minute on the Baron. But the game is firmly in the control of Cupid.
And you could see, I mean, that top side is relatively unexplored by both these teams. Obviously, you've got some of that deep vision in the Raptors and the bush near the red buff for Cupid, but they need to be setting up a little bit more for this Dragon. Ka has shown that he is willing to take the 50-50 chances at basically any opportunity that he gets, even if it's not, 50-50, so to speak. He will always look to smite away the Baron, Dragon, whatever have you. Has been unsuccessful so far, but all it takes is one moment where he can get that, and then Conduit maybe be able to turn the fight. That could turn the game. So this really is the only avenue I think Conduit have alive at the current moment, and so Cupid have to be extremely proficient in guarding the top side of the map. Maybe they look for a pick onto Cookie.
TP coming in, Trikui picks up Cookie. Cookie looking like he's in a world of hurt. That Cookie's gonna crumble the tidal wave, doing nothing to save her ADC, as Asleep must simply watch as the game trickles out of her fingers. Here with the mid lane push, Cupid looking to end it all here. They say we don't need Baron, we have the power play, that's enough. 3rd tier tower going down. Inhibitor looks like to be the next.
They're gonna look to end.
Balls command from Caustic. I think they're gonna try to do it right here. They've got the gold lead to do so and the power play.
Oh god, they're looking to end.
Means no damage. First Inhibitor tower goes very, very low. Trikui flashing forward. That's
got fallen.
The Impale Animosity trying to break up the fight, but Lokidosi has so much damage.
They've got it.
Fionvold is doing too much as well, and that's the ace. That's the game. That's a ticket to Grand Finals for Cupid Esports. After a grueling 5-match series, they finally punch it, ship it, and send themselves off. Good luck to whoever meets these guys in the finals, because they can scrap, they can dominate, they are in it to win it.
And Cupid, is usually the person you think of to match people, get their hearts aligned, but they're only breaking hearts today. It is a 5-game series, and one that Conduit were so close to being able to close out. They were 2-1 up in the series at one point, but unfortunately that last game eluding them. Cupid with a dominant game, number 5. And now I think everyone reassured that this is a team that will be scrappy going into the grand final. So congratulations to them. Remember the names: Fionvid, Trakui, Quaztech, Loki Dosi, and Aethel. Those will be 5 of the names you will see next week in the Immortal Grand Finals. But these are the names that will be bowing out for the night. Thank you so much, Might, for stepping in, for, going to the Game 5 and helping us go the distance on this series. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you to our producers behind the glass for making it all run seamlessly. We will see you all in 7 days, a week from now. Mark your calendars. It's going to be a banger grand finals. But until then, this is Quacks and Might signing off.